Huiyin's incantation seal spread out, and a terrifying flame rushed up. The giant corpse puppet seemed to be extremely afraid and suddenly retreated. All the organs on its body contracted, as if it was very careful. Whether it was a profound level weapon or a life form, they all had a natural fear of fire, and the great corpse puppet was no exception. Its two almost invisible eyes suddenly flickered with green light, and its body gradually glowed with light, as if it was moving strangely. Xianxiao's eyes narrowed as he said, "Be careful. This thing seems to want to counterattack." Huiyin's expression changed slightly. He suddenly saw the giant corpse puppet rush up. The light on its body was actually the blade light that had been brewing. At this moment, it shone and rushed into the sea of fire. This thing actually knew how to advance as a retreat and attack as a defense. The saber light wrapped around the corpse puppet's body and rushed towards the sound of fire. Huiyin's expression changed drastically. She changed her hand seals and the flames suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The flames scattered in all directions, and although the saber radiance was mostly extinguished, it still flickered with a cold light. It rushed out of the center of the explosion and slashed towards Huiyin with an unparalleled momentum. While Huiyin was still in shock, an arm was placed on her shoulder. The space twisted in an instant, and Xianxia teleported away with her, landing directly behind Yuqi. The giant corpse puppet missed its attack, rolled a few times in the air, and then charged toward the three people. Yuqi suddenly raised his saber, and a saber ray appeared as he slashed horizontally. The other party's body was a 9th-tier profound armament, and to them, it was practically an indestructible body, so how could they fight? Therefore, Yuqi could only passively defend and no longer had the heart to win. The saber slashed at the corpse puppet's body and was once again forced to retreat. Damn it! I've really seen a living ghost. Fighting with a profound level weapon? Yuqi cursed. This is really outrageous. I really suspect that I'm dreaming. Huiyin gave Xianxia a grateful look and said, "Be careful." She took out a copper ring and enlarged it in her hand. She also rushed into the battlefield and joined forces with Yuqi to fight the enemy. The mystic artifacts in their hands were only 8th tier, and not everyone was as rich as Xianxia, who had a pile of 9th tier mystic artifacts. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, there were as many martial emperors without 9th tier mystic weapons as there were hairs on a cow, especially those martial artists who were rogue cultivators. If they could have a supreme grade 8th tier mystic weapon, they would be grinning from ear to ear. The sound of profound level weapons clashing kept coming, and there were powerful energy fluctuations and all kinds of spiritual pressure everywhere. Under the joint efforts of Yuqi and Huiyin, the battle ended in a draw. However, the two's expressions were getting uglier and uglier, because the 8th tier profound armaments in their hands were gradually unable to support themselves, and there was a possibility that they would collapse at any time. Xianxia watched quietly from the side while observing the garden. "You're not going to help?" The demonic dragon's voice came. "When these two shields die, you'll be in danger." Xianxia laughed and said, "How can they die so easily? Both of them are 4-star martial sovereigns. Fortunately, their mystic artifacts are too trashy. At least, they can still last for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. I wonder what's going on with the power of the corpse puppet saber. Is it endless?" He immediately denied this judgment and said, "Even if it's a profound level weapon, it'll become weak after excessive consumption. It needs to be nourished again before it can exert its peak power." The corpse puppet saber had one thing similar to the gourd little King Kong, which was that it had the dual attributes of a profound level weapon and life. After being sealed for countless years, only its life attribute had been consumed, while its profound level weapon attribute had become stronger and stronger with the passage of time. This Yuqi and Huiyin are also really amazing. With the cultivation of 4-star martial sovereigns, they can actually fight to a draw with a 9th tier profound weapon that has been completely unsealed. I'm going to faint. Those two are 4-star martial sovereigns. The demon dragon shook his head in disagreement. It's mainly because this saber is too strange. If it were an ordinary 9th tier profound artifact, it would be impossible to suppress two 4-star martial sovereigns even if it was completely unsealed. A smile appeared at the corner of Yunxiao's mouth as he sent a voice transmission. No matter what, it's good to have such a monster to suppress these two people for me. I have a vague guess in my heart, but I don't know if it's correct. If it can confirm my guess, then this trip will really be fruitful. He no longer paid attention to the battle between the two and the corpse puppet saber. Instead, he began to stroll around the garden. Looking at the petrified flowers and plants, he felt a sense of heartache. As a large amount of spiritual energy began to pour in from the outside, the various petrified plants here began to wither and turn into ashes. Boom! All of a sudden, a burst of spirit pressure shot over from the battlefield of the three people, blasting onto the mountain rock in the center of the garden. A ray of light actually appeared, and the spirit pressure was bounced away. What's going on? Yunxiao was taken aback. In a flash, he came to the top of the mountain rock and began to examine it carefully. The spirit pressure was so strong that it did not leave any trace. Swish! Just as Yunxiao fell into the rocks, the zombie saber in the distance suddenly left Yuqi and Yuqi behind and flew toward Yunxiao, as if it was extremely unwilling to let him observe the situation of the rocks. Frowning slightly, Yunxiao turned and moved away, causing the zombie saber to miss. Although the corpse puppet saber was powerful, it was only powerful in terms of strength. Could not seal and suppress space, so Yunxiao was not afraid of it. With his teleportation and lightning transformation, he could escape in a matter of minutes. Kid, what happened just now? Yuqi and the other man also noticed the abnormality and asked in surprise. The two of them desperately circulated their internal energy to recover their vitality. If they were strong cultivators with a bit of wealth, they would have already started to take medicinal pills. These rogue cultivators had always been used to being thrifty. They would hide even a little medicinal pill like a treasure and would not be willing to take it out unless it was absolutely necessary. Yunxiao fixed his eyes on the corpse puppet saber lying on the rock and said indifferently, I don't know. There seems to be a seal under this thing and it's not weak. There might be some treasure. As soon as he said this, a hint of joy flashed in Yuqi eyes. He said, after spending so much effort, there's finally some sign of it. Huiyin, on the other hand, was much calmer. She splashed cold water on him. God knows what's inside. It might be another living profound armament. Then whether or not we can get out alive is a problem. Yuqi was startled. These words had really made him afraid. After fighting with the corpse puppet saber for so long, he was really depressed. He didn't know if the other party had normal intelligence. On the other hand, the saber he loved in his hand was already incomplete and had run out of spiritual energy. It was extremely difficult to repair it. Huiyin's copper ring was the same, which made her heart ache. If another person of the same kind as the corpse puppet saber appeared, not to mention whether the person could escape, at least the profound level weapon would be completely destroyed. Yunxiao chuckled. You've come to this point and this thing is not chasing you now. You can leave. But are you willing to? The two of them were stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. They had already come this far. If they couldn't find out all the secrets of this palace, they would probably regret it for the rest of their lives. Yuqi brows twitched and he said coldly, Brat, from the beginning until now, we've been working hard, and you didn't contribute at all. Now, isn't it your turn to contribute? Lord Yuqi, Yunxiao said with a smile. You have the nerve to say that, don't you? You want me to fight an opponent that even two martial supremes can't defeat? What good will it do you if I die? Moreover, you've placed a restriction on my body, so I can't escape even if I want to. The demonic dragon felt a wave of disdain in his soul spirit when he heard this. The so-called restriction had long since been dissolved by the bright moon divine light. Yunxiao kept encouraging the two to open the way, while he kept his strength and waited to be the biggest winner. Oh? That's not necessarily the case. I can see that your escape technique is quite brilliant. This thing can't do anything to you. Yuqi also seemed to have learned his lesson. He said coldly, You can draw him away, and then the two of us can work together to break the restriction. Otherwise, with your cultivation, you won't be able to break the restriction. Why don't you use some of your remaining energy and make some contributions? Yuqi Huayin said with a frown. Why are you still playing tricks at a time like this? Besides, this kid is already under the control of your restriction. Why do you want him to die? Huayin had a good impression of Yunxiao after he had helped her just now. It's all right, Sister Huayin, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's fine. Since Lord Yuqi has said so, then I will give it a try. His answer stunned both of them, and Yuqi Jin was also a little surprised. He had only said it to complain a little, and did not really expect Yunxiao to fight. Yunxiao leaped into the air, formed a floating life seal with both hands in front of him, and then pressed it down with a light cry. A golden seal appeared above the courtyard. The two martial sovereigns were shocked by the exquisite structure of the seal. They knew that this was no ordinary move. They were ready to break the restriction as soon as the corpse puppet saber left. Whoosh! It seemed that the creature's intelligence was indeed not high. As soon as it saw the attack coming, it immediately gathered its strength and transformed into a saber beam, which immediately shattered the beautiful floating life seal and continued to slash at Yunxiao. Yunxiao chuckled. The space around him twisted, and he disappeared in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. The corpse puppet saber passed through the afterimage he had left behind and turned into a ray of light that flew into the sky. It stopped after a few turns and turned back into a corpse puppet worm. At this moment, two rays of light instantly fell into the mountain rock and glowed with golden light and fire. It was Yuqi Jin and Huayin who had made their moves in an instant to break the restriction. She. The corpse puppet saber in the sky suddenly let out a violent sound, and an extremely powerful weapon accumulation power spread above them. Then, a dazzling light fell. Everyone was shocked. They looked up and saw that the ugly thing in the sky had disappeared. Instead, it had turned into a big, shining saber that cut across the sky. A black shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow grabbed the corpse puppet saber and suddenly felt as if the rivers and seas had evaporated and the mountains had shattered. The shadow raised the saber and finally slashed down. The entire garden was reflected in the blade light, as if there was only one world of blades in the world. It's too late today. I can't write the third chapter. I'll make it up in early June. I owe everyone 5 chapters in total. I suddenly have a feeling that I'm in debt, but it doesn't weigh on me. I'm sweating profusely. Is this saber light and martial intent the power of the corpse puppet saber's previous owner? It's been countless years, but the martial intent has not been extinguished. Yunxiao was taken aback, but his eyes were ablaze with flames of war. He was shocked by the magnificence of the peerless expert who had passed through countless years, and his blood was boiling. Don't be so pretentious. Just hide. If you don't dodge this, you'll be finished. The demonic dragon's lazy voice sounded. A gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes, which became fierce under the saber light, but it eventually disappeared and returned to calmness. I really miss the days when I fought with the peerless powerhouses. Now I've been hiding all day. Even if I encounter a few country bumpkin martial sovereigns, I have to hide and scheme. The demon dragon snorted. It's all your fault. Restrain yourself and find a place to hide, or go to Yanwu to cultivate. When you return to the peak of the martial emperor realm, you might not even be interested in these useless people and sections. If that's the case, am I still myself? Yunxiao sneered. I'm not the same. His conversation with the demonic dragon ended in that instant. His entire figure suddenly disappeared on the spot and he went into hiding. In the end, the saber strike was only condensed from the martial intent branded in the corpse puppet saber's memory. It did not have the power of rules that could seal the sky and lock the earth like the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens, so it could not stop Yunxiao's teleportation at all. Yuqi Jin and Huayin, on the other hand, were in a terrible state. Their faces turned pale as they felt the trembling and fear in the depths of their souls under this blade. Without any time to think, the two of them exploded out with all their strength at the first moment. The golden shimmering blade light and the extraordinary flames gathered together and rushed into the sky to resist the unparalleled blade chi. Boom, boom, boom. The blade light and the power of the flame held on for a moment under the blade light before collapsing like a collapsed building. The two of them, despite joining forces, were still no match for the zombie's blade, and were shaken off by the huge chi force. Like leaves in the wind, they were swept away by the airflow. Eft! Eft! The two of them were sent flying far away, and they spat out a large mouthful of blood, their eyes filled with panic. Xianxia's figure gradually appeared in the air, feeling the shock wave in the air after the saber beam passed. He looked down with a yearning expression. At the moment, the giant corpse puppet was lying in a rock, which had cracked under the great force just now, and a strange force emerged from it. A small stream of water trickled through the cracked mountain rocks, and green moss grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wherever the spring water passed, life was exuberant, and the dilapidated and dead garden began to recover its vitality. The great corpse puppet's dozen limbs were soaked in the spring water and paddled continuously, looking very happy. Xianxia's pupils gradually widened as he said in surprise, "What a powerful life force! Could this be the water essence I've been looking for?" "Yes, that's very likely," the demonic dragon said. This garden was truly extravagant. Not only were there so many exceptional spiritual herbs, but there was also such a divine object to irrigate it. It's obvious what a magnificent scene it was back then, but now it's abandoned in the corner of the mountains. How sad! Xianxia's heart jolted as he asked in surprise, "If this water contains such a strong aura of life, do you think the corpse puppet saber has been soaked in this water for too long, thus producing life?" "That's possible." The demon dragon was stunned for a moment. "Now that the corpse puppet is guarding this place, if you want to get water, you'll have to deal with it first. Also, this water hasn't died down after so many years, so I don't think these trickles of water contain its essence, so it'll take a lot of effort to collect it. And no matter what, I'll just give up after finding it. I'll first think of a way to deal with this corpse puppet." Xianxia looked in two directions. Yuchi Jin and Huyin had been seriously injured, and their weapons had been destroyed. It seemed that it was difficult to count on them to fight, but he still smiled and said, "The two of you, this spring water doesn't seem to be ordinary. Does anyone have the intention to collect it?" Huyin's eyes were filled with disappointment as she said, "I cultivate fire-type cultivation techniques, so this water is useless to me. However, I can exchange it for some good things. Now that the corpse puppet seems to be enjoying itself in the water, it's a good time for us to leave. If we miss it, it'll be difficult to leave again." She couldn't decide whether to stay or leave. She wasn't sure if she could stay, but she was unwilling to leave. Yuchi Jin was also in a dilemma. His 8th grade battle saber was broken, and his heart ached. If he couldn't get anything, it would be a huge loss. At this moment, the spring was flowing out, and the whole garden was covered with green moss. All kinds of nameless wildflowers bloomed, as if spring had come and everything was waking up. Could this be the water source? The shock in Yuchi Jin's eyes became more and more intense. His expression became firm as he said firmly, "The value of this thing is hard to estimate. If you die, then you die. If you risk it once, you don't have to worry about profound-level weapons and medicinal pills for the rest of your life." A black light flashed in his hand, and a long black whip appeared. There were spots on it, and it was actually refined from a complete long snake. It was unsealed under the seal, and it swam in the air as if it were alive, biting at the large corpse puppet. Clang, the crisp sound of an unsheathing suddenly came from the corpse puppet's body. Without any visible movement, the saber ray rose, and the long snake whip trembled violently and quickly retracted. Yuchi Jin's expression changed slightly as he said in fear, "This insect's strength seems to have become stronger under the nourishment of this spring water. There is no point in staying any longer. Let's go." He waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. Huyin nodded, but Xianxia did not move. He stood quietly in the sky, staring at the giant corpse puppet, as if he was thinking of a way to deal with it. Yuchi Jin frowned and said unhappily, "What are you waiting for? Quickly leave with me." He was still thinking about Xianxia's treasures. It did not matter if he was not strong enough to take the things in the hall, but he could not lose Xianxia's treasures, especially since he had lost his weapon. He was in urgent need of a handy mystic artifact, or even Xianxia's head in exchange. Xianxia raised his head slightly and said with a smile, You guys go first. I'm definitely going to get this water Xianxia. Yuqi Jin's pupils constricted. The undisguised determination in Yunxiao's eyes shocked him, but he sneered and said, I won't interfere with what you want to do. Hand over the treasure that the blood god wants and I'll leave immediately. Yes, I also want to see the mutated fire I can sense from your body. Queen said slowly. Although she had a good impression of Yunxiao, the item was of great importance to her cultivation, so she could not give it up. Yunxiao smiled. Oh, but I don't have time right now. Why don't the two of you wait outside the hall first? And I'll discuss it with you after I take out this water. Yuqi Jin's face darkened and he sneered. Don't tell me you've been scared silly by this giant corpse puppet? You're actually trying to negotiate with us. It seems like you won't know why the flowers are so red if I don't teach you a lesson. He laughed cruelly. He raised his hand and formed a seal in his palm. He looked coldly at Yunxiao, waiting to see his pained expression. Yunxiao's face was still calm as he said with a smile, Oh? Then may I ask why the flowers are red? I really don't know. Could you please tell me? Yuqi Jin's face flickered with horror, and the incantation gesture in his hand suddenly changed. When he saw that Yunxiao had no reaction, he kept changing it in shock. After trying more than a dozen incantations in a row, which seemed to have no effect, he finally recognized the unbelievable reality and said in horror, You broke my restriction? When was this? How is this possible? Kuo Yin's expression also changed, revealing a shocked expression. The seriousness in her eyes became even more intense, as if she suddenly realized that the young man in front of her was definitely not as simple as they had thought. Yunxiao sighed. What? Lord Yuqi, are you not feeling well? Why is your expression so ugly? Like you've eaten shit. You're looking for death. Yuqi Jin flew into a rage out of humiliation. The long snake whip in his hand was suddenly unsealed, and a huge black snake soared into the air, whipping toward Yunxiao's space. A series of explosions rang out in the air like firecrackers. The Emperor Qi of the Ninth Heaven on the whip froze the world around him, making it impossible for Yunxiao to escape. To his surprise, Yunxiao did not panic. Instead, with a light tap of his finger, a bolt of lightning crackled at the tip of his finger and shot toward the corpse puppet. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast, and it was aimed at the giant corpse puppet's eyes. Bang! The lightning was knocked away by the corpse puppet's saber chi, but it also enraged the corpse puppet. It suddenly transformed into a long saber and soared into the sky, breaking through all the shackles of Emperor Aura and slashing at Yunxiao. Yunxiao chuckled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. As long as the zombie saber was activated, it would break Yuqi Jin's spatial shackles, and his teleportation skill would not be locked. Swish! The long saber cut through Yunxiao's afterimages, but he was nowhere to be seen. The giant corpse puppet crawled madly in the air, its small head constantly shaking from side to side. After searching for Yuqi Jin to no avail, it finally fixed its eyes on Yuqi Jin's long snake and slashed at it in rage. Yuqi Jin's expression changed. What a cunning brat, he said angrily. Let's see how long you can hide here. He suddenly put away his long whip and did not dare to fight against the corpse puppet saber. He turned into a golden light and flew out of the hall. Kuo Yin was also stunned. She looked at the empty corner of the sky, and her lips moved slightly. Finally, she sighed and also turned into a flame to escape. The great corpse puppet gave chase for a while, and it did not return until it had forced the two out of the hall. Its body trembled violently, and it trembled in the air with even more rage. Yunxiao had already stepped into its most precious spring, and its two tiny eyes turned from green to red in an instant. Its whole body turned into the shape of a long saber again, cutting through the void and coming at him. As soon as Yunxiao stepped into the spring, an indescribable sense of comfort welled up in his heart. It was indeed like a trickle of water, nourishing his heart. With a casual slap, the Divine Realm tablet came out of his palm and transformed into the shape of a door. The surrounding space twisted into it as he tried to put it into the corpse puppet saber. The corpse puppet saber suddenly stopped as if it had sensed something. The saber light grew stronger, and the blade began to spin, sending out beams of saber chi that blasted toward Xianxia and the Divine Realm Tablet. "You have some intelligence," Xianxia chuckled, and then his body suddenly disappeared. The light on the Divine Realm Tablet flowed, and the power of the earth emerged, pressing the entire space to rotate. All the saber lights suddenly changed their direction and slashed around the Divine Realm Tablet. Although the corpse puppet saber was powerful, it had a fatal weakness, which was that it could not control the power of space. It slaughtered wildly in the garden and destroyed everything, but it still could not hurt Xianxia at all. It seems like I can't finish using all this strength. It's a little troublesome to suppress you." Xianxia kept teleporting and dodging, and he was getting a little impatient. He performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a powerful artifact essence suddenly burst out of the Divine Realm Tablet and scattered in all directions. He suddenly thought that since the corpse puppet saber was a profound level weapon, it might be affected by the pressure of the weapon's accumulation, just like the strict ranking between demonic beasts. He remembered that in the demon land, the situation of Noah's ship when it was born had directly suppressed all the profound level weapons in the illusion set up by the light of the throne. Even during a battle between cultivators, if one could connect with the profound level weapon, when they encountered a higher grade profound level weapon, they would be able to feel the profound level weapon's body tremble slightly. But this kind of living profound level weapon was unknown. After all, no one had ever seen it before. The power of the hidden weapon on the Divine Realm Tablet spread out, and the corpse puppet knives that were slashing wildly in the sky suddenly stopped and hummed slightly. They had indeed reacted to the hidden weapon. Xianxia was overjoyed. He suddenly cast out an incantation gesture, enlarging the Divine Realm Tablet more than 10 times and pressing it down like a small mountain. The whole space rumbled. After the corpse puppet saber trembled slightly, it directly turned into a saber light and dodged. The corpse puppet's appearance appeared in the air, staring at the Divine Realm Tablet quietly, as if it was afraid. Xianxia frowned. In the beginning, he had been hiding from the other party, but now the other party was hiding from him. With the speed of the saber beam of the corpse puppet saber, it was indeed not easy for the Divine Realm Tablet to suppress it. He pondered for a moment and opened the heaven's eye in the heart of his brows. The sound of a bell was emitted from his forehead. The dynasty bell flew out in a flash of golden light. The sound of the bell was ancient and melodious. It rang in the garden, and the sound waves were everywhere. Clang, clang. Although the sound wave had spread out along with the dynasty bell's level 9 artifact aura, the corpse puppet saber did not have much of a reaction even though it moved slightly. It seemed that it was in existence on the same level as the dynasty bell. Xianxia cast a few incantations into the bell, which immediately grew as huge as the sky and covered the sky. The Divine Realm Tablet turned into a gate, guarding the entrance of the garden so that the corpse puppet saber had nowhere to hide. Clang, clang. The corpse puppet saber was running around in the garden anxiously, but it didn't dare to rush to the only exit, the place guarded by the Divine Realm Tablet. In the end, the big bell fell and directly covered it. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a series of rumbling sounds rang out as the zombie saber slashed randomly inside. Every time the saber beam penetrated the bell, it would burst out. At the same time, a powerful vibrato was heard. The sound waves passed through Xianxiao's body, causing his qi and blood to surge, and he found it difficult to control himself. The corpse puppet saber could exert its full power, but Xianxiao's dynasty bell could not. He suddenly threw the Divine Realm Tablet over and suspended it above the dynasty bell. The 3 forces of territory spread out and suppressed the saber. Only then did the corpse puppet saber slow down, but it still rang a few times from time to time. Xianxia wanted to try to put the bell and the saber into the Divine Realm Tablet, but he was afraid that the saber would escape with the dynasty bell. Helplessly, he thought for a moment, then took out 3 Northern Heaven Cold Star swords again, forming a sword diagram and suppressing them around the dynasty bell. Only then did he completely suppress the sound of the corpse puppet saber. At this moment, if Yuchi Jin and Huayin were to come in and see so many 9th tier profound armaments, they would definitely feel so unbalanced that they would vomit blood. After that, Xianxia returned to the spring and began to observe it carefully. The spring water nourished his body, and his meridians and pores immediately opened up. It was an indescribable comfort. The source of this spring water must be the essence of water, but I don't know where it goes. Xianxia seemed to be afraid of something. Now that all his treasures were used to suppress the corpse puppet saber, he did not dare to take any risks. He separated a starlight soul body with a low cultivation base of a second-tier alchemist and went into the spring water, following the flow to explore. Even if his second-rank soul was destroyed, it would not affect him much. Xianxia sat in the spring and felt the power. His soul body was moving against the current of the spring water. The underground path was very long and narrow, and it was winding and rugged. After an unknown amount of time, it gradually left the perception of his body. The apparition frowned slightly and continued to move forward. At this moment, in a desolate place, thousands of miles high in the sky, there was a sudden loud explosion. A black hole appeared in the sky. The black hole was only the size of a bowl, but it was constantly emitting all kinds of energy. With it as the center, it spread out, and black cracks tore open the sky. Within the black energy, a green light flashed and mixed into the black energy, continuously tore open the hole inch by inch. After a while, it finally turned into the size of a door and several rays of light rushed out from it. There were more than 10 people inside the light. 3 of them joined hands to cast a spell the moment they came out. All kinds of strange symbols were sent into the black hole, forming a pattern that emitted a golden light. One of them threw out a green disc, which kept spinning in the air. It was getting bigger and bigger, and it was covered with complicated arrays. They opened it one by one and then embedded it into the black hole. The negative energy in the sky finally stabilized. The other 2 heaved a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. One of them smiled bitterly and said, "It's too dangerous to forcibly break through the air from a long distance. I guess we're the only ones in the world who would dare to do it." The person who threw the jade plate smiled and looked down at the sky. His pupils suddenly shrank and his brows furrowed. He said in a deep voice, "The wrong position? How was that possible? Could it be that something went wrong when he was traveling through the void and we didn't notice it?" The man's face was gradually revealed. It was Mo Huayuan. A biting cold wind blew in the sky, and everyone's long robes fluttered in the wind. There was only silence. One of them frowned and said, "There's no sign of human habitation within 1,000 miles. Even if I'm wrong, I can't be so wrong. Moreover, using the latitude and terrestrial apparatus to transmit a location would not be a problem unless there was a massive fluctuation in the void during the travel. When we came here, the void was calm. It's a rare good situation. How could we be wrong?" "Yes, that's right. This is Songyue Yang City," a white-robed man slowly said. He had his hands behind his back and his face was emotionless. He only looked down indifferently and said softly, "It's just that it's been reduced to ruins, so you can't recognize it, or you don't want to believe it." Although the man's voice was soft, it clearly reverberated in everyone's heart. No one would doubt this person's words. Mo Huayuan's body trembled, and he almost lost his balance in the air. He took a few steps back and only managed to stabilize himself with the help of the other 2 alchemists. His face was completely pale as he muttered in a daze, "How is this possible? How can it be destroyed so thoroughly? Not only is there no one left, not even a brick can be seen." He lost control of his emotions and shouted at the man, "Sir Young Master, you must be joking." Everyone's heart trembled, and they felt a chill on their backs. The Lord in front of them dared to shout in front of him. He definitely didn't want to live. Duanmu Yoyu's expression was calm, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. He only said indifferently, "Many a time a very simple reality, but because one's position is different, one is unwilling to believe it, even doubting it and deceiving oneself to deny it. Mo Huayuan, you're such a person now." Mo Huayuan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and he seemed to want to argue. "You don't have to tell me anything," Duanmu Yoyu interrupted calmly. "This won't change the fact that Songyue City has been completely destroyed. I'm also very curious as to what happened here. Is everyone dead?" With that said, His body flickered and he quickly descended. The dozen or so sanctuary contenders looked at each other in dismay and followed closely behind. The other two alchemists came from the spirit department with Mo Huayuan in order to temporarily stabilize the space after the forced teleportation so that they could go back the way they came. The jade plate in the sky was a profound level weapon used to stabilize the spatial tunnel. One of them comforted him. "It's not a bad thing to not see a single person in this city, not even a corpse. I think everyone has left. Who in the world can destroy the Merchant Union? Unless one of these superpowers made a move. Therefore, you can be at ease and wait for the results of Sir Young Master Yu's investigation. With Sir Young Master Yu's ability, he will definitely be able to restore the truth." Mo Huayuan's heart trembled. He knew that this man was speaking the truth, but he could not accept the fact that his brother had died. He could only place his hopes on the Lord's investigation. Mo Huayuan's gaze fell as he gave chase. If they wanted to know whether Mo Xiaochuan was still alive, they could only count on the white figure in front of them. He was ranked 9th on the Heaven and Earth power chart and had the title of Heaven Amplification Duanmu Yoyu, a peerless martial sovereign. Songyang City was now in a barren land. Just as Mo Xiaochuan had said, not even a brick could be seen. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. So many people, so many powerhouses, but all of them had disappeared. One of them muttered, "Songyang City is the #1 shopping center in the world. It has a total of 4 teleportation arrays. All of them were destroyed. If there are any survivors, they should still be flying to the nearest city." "Yes, we'll wait for Sir Young Master Yu to investigate and then look for survivors." The other man nodded. Duanmu Yu paced around in the ruins without saying a word. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the fields. Although the crowd was criticizing him, no one dared to disturb him and followed closely behind him. Among them, Mo Huayuan was the most tormented, and he wanted to rush up and ask him about it. "Yes, the residual energy here is the strongest. Let's see if we can find anything." After walking for a while, Duanmu Yoyu stopped and slowly raised his right hand. A white light flashed between his hands, forming a circular arc in his palm. Rays of light shot out from the white light and landed on the ground not far away, causing explosions to spread. A total of 9 beams of light landed. As the earth trembled, a rhombus mirror rose from where the light landed. It was about the height of 2 people and formed a 9-palace formation. Duanmu Yoyu's figure was reflected on it. The shadows reflected each other in the 9 mirrors, layer by layer, and revealed countless images. "All of you back off. Don't get in my way," Duanmu Yoyu said softly. The 10-odd people did not dare to disobey. In that instant, they all retreated, their eyes wide as they watched Duanmu Yoyu cast his technique. He was the only clairvoyant among the 10 martial emperors. It was said that he could see all the stars in the sky and predict the past and the future. In the eyes of the public, he seemed to be even more mysterious than alchemists. The 9-sided mirror stood tall on the ground. As Duanmu Yoyu cast a spell into it, the images inside began to change. Each side was different, and what appeared were all sorts of previous images. It was as if they were being rewound, but as time passed, the images became more and more chaotic. Finally, a large number of human figures appeared in one of the mirrors. There were also more than 10 blurry figures fighting. He frowned. The other mirrors also began to show various situations one by one. All of them were what had happened earlier, but they were extremely messy and blurry. Sometimes, it was just a ball of white light, and nothing could be seen clearly. These messages contained such powerful energy. My 9-sided mirror's power is limited after all. The longer I take, the more powerful the energy contained in the information captured, and the harder it is to be accurate. I can't see the faces and origins of most of these people in the pictures. Do I have to use the divine art of deduction? Duanmu Yoyu frowned. The information in the mirror was too much, too messy, and too blurry. He could only make out a rough idea. Then, he muttered to himself, "Forget it. I just need to gather the information I want. As for what the saints want, let them find it themselves. There's no need to use a divine art to hurt myself." He closed his eyes slightly, and the information from the mirror continued to flow into his brain, which he quickly analyzed. In the distance, more than a dozen saints were waiting quietly. Only Mo Huayuan kept pacing back and forth, unable to keep his calm. One of the alchemists suddenly raised his head and looked at the round jade plate in the sky, then said worriedly, "It's been 6 hours. Does Sir Young Master you still have no clues? If we continue to forcefully maintain this passageway, I'm afraid that the jade plate will be destroyed and we won't be able to return. There's no other way. Let's wait a little longer." Gongzi Yu was a person with the title of Tianyan, and he could see the past and the future. No matter how long it took, he would have to wait. At worst, we can just send a message back and have the other side open up another passage. The alchemist snorted coldly and said, "You're really a layman. The space channel in the same area can't be opened twice in several months. Otherwise, the void energy storm will destroy everything. If the jade plate collapses, we'll have to fly back." At that moment, something happened on Duanmu Yoyu's side. The light on the 9 mirrors gradually dissipated, as if the end had been announced. The mirrors turned into water screens and shattered in the air, leaving no traces behind. Everyone hurriedly flew over and landed around Duanmu Yoyu. They saw that his face was filled with doubt and contemplation, as if he had fallen into a difficult problem. He was extremely confused by the vague information he had gathered. "Lord Gongziyu, do you have any clues about my big brother?" Mo Huayuan could not help but ask. Duanmu Yoyu glanced at him and said, "The information is very jumbled up, so I can't be sure, but I have a feeling that your big brother is not dead." Mo Huayuan was instantly overjoyed. "Really? Do you know where my big brother went?" Duanmu Yoyu was not interested in him and did not reply. He only said, "It's almost time. Let's go back. I'll also change my path from the Saint Realm and return to the one color in the sky." "Sir Young Master Yu, can you give us a copy of this information?" one of them asked. Duanmu Yoyu frowned and said, "Not interested." "Eh?" Dissing Luo, the man was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly. "My lord, we followed you out to borrow your power to explore the situation in Songhua City. If we return empty-handed, how are we going to explain it to the higher-ups?" "This is your own business," Duanmu Yoyu said indifferently. "If you need any information, you can investigate it yourself. I only promised Xiao Hai Yu to come to Songyueyang City, but I didn't promise him to help you collect information." "Ah, this Sing Luo." Everyone was dumbfounded, and they cursed endlessly in their hearts. "Your sister. If I don't need your help, I'll ask you to come and die." Everyone was cursing in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They didn't even dare to show a trace of disrespect. One of them smiled bitterly and said, "Sir Gongzi Yu, don't joke with us. If we go back like this, we will really be skinned by the deputy secretary." "A joke? Do you think I like to joke around? What does your life and death have to do with me?" Duanmu Yoyu took a step forward and flew up into the sky. He said indifferently, "If you guys aren't leaving, then I'll be leaving first. See you again." Everyone was dumbfounded. The sanctuary had spent so much effort to open up a passage in order to find out what was going on in Songhua City. They did not expect Duanmu Yoyu to not give them any face. Everyone looked at each other and quickly followed. "So what if they don't give you face?" None of the 10 great martial sovereigns could be offended. Even if they did not give the Holy Region any face, they could not do anything to them. Fortunately, the passage leading back led directly to the Holy Region. Now, he could only return and report to the higher-ups as soon as possible so that the people above could think of a way to keep Duanmu Yoyu. Mo Huayuan and the other 2 alchemists hurried to the sky first and put away the jade plate. Then, the crowd stepped into the passage one after another. After that, the black space slowly closed, and the whole sky returned to its original state. Just as Duanmu Yoyu and the rest were investigating Songyuyang City, in an extremely hidden place, where the headquarters of Death God Palace was, the figures of Li Yi and the demons gradually appeared, as well as Tang Jie and many other masters from the 4 Extremes sect. Li Yi said, "Everyone, just stay here and cultivate in peace. Although Death God Palace is not strong, It's definitely one of the most difficult sects to find on the continent. Right now, the 4 Extreme sect is probably already involved in the whirlpool. Your headquarters is already in trouble. With Lord Father guarding the headquarters, nothing will happen in the short term, but it's hard to say if it will happen in the long run. The most important thing now is for Lord Xiang to recover his strength as soon as possible. Only then can we have a place to stand. This place is indeed hidden, Xianxia analyzed. If it weren't for Brother Li leading the way, outsiders would never have found it. I'll have to trouble Brother Li to make a coordinate pointer so that we can carry out all kinds of information gathering and material supply. Li Yi nodded. Of course. I've already executed most of the people in Death God Palace. There are only a dozen people in this huge territory, so it's safe and quiet enough. I'll go and instruct my subordinates to arrange everyone's cultivation. You can wait for me in the side hall in the north. That's good, Xiang nodded. Our request is simple. Quiet will do. With that, everyone flew to a side hall in the north. Li Yi, on the other hand, let out a long whistle, which was a signal to gather everyone. He then headed into the hall himself. This trip to Songyueyang City had benefited him a lot. Not only did he obtain all his power, but he had also boarded the 2 big ships of Xiang and the 4 Extreme sect, which would be of great help to his future achievements. Under his long roar, more than 10 figures headed towards the main hall. All the freaks in Death God Palace had been killed by him. Those who were left behind were either normal people or had extraordinary strength or were still useful. Li Yi turned into a ray of light and landed on the top of the hall, walking in. The moment he entered, his eyes suddenly narrowed and his body trembled. He stared in shock at the young man in white sitting on the palace master's throne. He had a calm smile on his face as he played with a medallion in his hand. It was the death medallion. Li Yi's face darkened and he asked coldly, "Who is it? You actually dare to sit on Bingong's throne? Are you here to issue a mission? Do you know that you've already committed a capital crime?" "Oh, this is getting interesting." The man in white sized Li Yi up and kept nodding with a smile. "You're pretty strong. You're about to become a 9 heavens martial sovereign. It seems like I didn't come here in vain." Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. The other party was able to see through his cultivation level with a single glance, so it was obvious that his cultivation level was above his. That meant that he was at least a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. If it was in the past, he would have been scared out of his wits when he encountered a martial supreme. However, he was now a man who had seen the world. He first stabilized his emotions and said coldly, "Who are you?" "Me?" "He." The white-robed man chuckled and said, "You can call me Xiaoba. Everyone calls me that. As for who I am, it's not important. What's important is that I'm here under orders. The person who gave the order is the true master of Death God Palace, who is also your future chief." "The true master of Death God Palace? The boss?" Li Yi's face turned serious as he went on full alert. He sneered, "Are you out of your mind? The true master of Death God Palace is right in front of you. I know it's hard for you to accept this reality, but it's the truth." Lil 8 chuckled. In the past, Brother Yuan's strength was not enough for him to take on heavy responsibilities, and we let him do whatever he wanted. I can't believe that you've managed to take care of him in one fell swoop. That's good, at least I like it. Recently, the chief received the news and asked me to come and see if you are qualified to meet us. Now it seems that you've passed my test. You're qualified to join our level. The vital energy in Li Yi's body began to circulate slowly, and 2 rays of light slowly rose from his hands. He said coldly, "There's a man who painstakingly plucked a basket of plums, and now someone jumped out and said that the plums were his. What do you think will happen to the man who plucked the plums?" "Oh? What will happen?" Lil 8 chuckled, still sitting on the palace master's throne indifferently, looking at him with interest. Li Yi grinned hideously and suddenly shouted, "Of course I'll fuck your mother!" The light in his hand turned into palm force and suddenly blasted up. He also realized that the man in white was not weak, and he did not want to win. Instead, he wanted to make a big commotion so that Xiang and the others could catch up and easily capture the man. "Hee hee. This is interesting. Little Mina was still sitting there, unmoving. The death token in his hand was flipped around, and he threw it out casually. It immediately enlarged in the air, and it emitted an extremely strong golden light. It instantly drowned Li Yi's palm energy, and a spatial power spread out, imprisoning him. Li Yi's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the gap between the two of them to be so great that he could not even take a single blow from the other party. His mind was immediately filled with thoughts as he anxiously tried to think of a solution. Every token of death is a spatial mystic artifact, Lil 8 said with a faint smile. Can imprison people. You don't know this, do you? Can we have a good talk now? Li smiled awkwardly and said, Hee, I was too impulsive. I've already calmed down, so please don't take offense. Little Mina was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud and said, Haha, you're shameless. Good. Being shameless is also a kind of ability. You can also be considered a talent. Our death god palace only obeys people. With a casual wave of his hand, the token of death returned to his hand and he continued to play with it. Li Yi laughed awkwardly as his palms were covered in cold sweat. He had been completely immobilized by the other party just now, and he had no way of resisting at all. That feeling was terrible. I know what you're thinking, Lil 8 said with a faint smile. You're hoping to alarm those monsters so they can come and save you, right? It's better for you to give up on that stupid idea in your head. Accepting our orders is an opportunity and honor for you, not a burden. Li Yi's heart was burning with anger, but he still managed to keep his cool. I don't know who the leader is. What orders do you have, and how should I find him? Little Mina nodded and said, Not bad. It seems that you're starting to get used to it. As long as you're ambitious enough, you'll know who the top dog is one day. You're not qualified yet. You don't usually need to come to us. When I need you, I'll naturally come to you. As for the first mission, it's for you to kill someone. Death God Palace was an assassin organization to begin with, so Li Yi did not find this mission strange at all. He nonchalantly said, Who is it? You should be very familiar with this man, 80 said. His name is Li Yunxiao. Li Yi's body shuddered at the mention of these 3 words, and his eyes immediately spewed fire. He was clearly very unsettled. He gritted his teeth and said, Why did you kill him? What are the benefits of working for you? Actually, Chief doesn't mean to kill him. He just wants you to test this person's background, Lil 8 said with a smile. However, considering your current strength, it's simply delusional to kill this person, so I directly gave the order to kill him. In any case, you can't do it. As for the benefits, it's already a great benefit for Ingluo to let you be the person in charge of the Death God Palace's external affairs. Li gritted his teeth in anger and said hatefully, If I really kill this person, what should I do? That's impossible. Chief, Lil 8 said with a smile. However, if you really kill him, then he's too trash to be worth the chief's attention. Good. Then I'll kill this person for you to see. Go back and tell the chief that I'll definitely bring Yunxiao's head back, Li Yi said coldly. Yes, it's good to be confident in completing the mission, said Little Mina with a smile. He casually tossed out an item that landed right in front of Li Yi. This profound level weapon was given to you by the chief. This cultivation method's key points is also very suitable for your physique. I hope you work hard and meet our requirements as soon as possible. As for the monster race and the 4 extreme sect, you can continue to work with them. Perhaps you will be able to use them in the future. Li Yi grabbed the 2 items on the ground and they fell into his hands. His eyes widened in shock. The profound artifact sword was emitting a chilling aura that sent chills down his spine. It was a 9th tier item. As for the jade slip that recorded the cultivation method, when he used his divine sense to explore it, he revealed a look of horror and shock. He raised his head and found that 80 had disappeared. The great hall of Death God Palace became empty. If it wasn't for the item in his hand, he would have thought that everything was an illusion. Li Yi held the profound level weapon and the technique manual in his hands. He paced back and forth in the hall with a gloomy face as he kept thinking and muttered to himself. From this technique, this person must have some understanding of my past. Furthermore, to be able to obtain the profound ice essentials of martial arts from the Biming family, his strength was already beyond imagination. Moreover, the location of Death God Palace was indeed an extremely secretive matter, and ordinary people had no way of knowing about it. With Yu Wen's strength as the palace master, it was indeed not enough. Could it be that what he said was actually true? The true master of this Death God Palace is that person called Chief. Li Yi became a little impetuous, and his breathing became heavy. He muttered to himself, "Forget it, since I'm still of use to them, they won't do anything to me. Besides, the mission to kill Yunxiao is completely in line with my intention. With their support, not only will the probability of killing Yunxiao increase, but I also don't have to rely entirely on the demons and the Four Extremes sect. In this way, I will have my own trump card when I face them, which is indeed a great thing. Chief, oh Chief, just wait for me to astonishingly rise up. Then, I will see your true face." Rays of light shot out from his eyes, and his heroic spirit soared to the sky. The people of Death God Palace had been waiting for a long time outside. With his order, he immediately called everyone into the hall. At the end of the sea of clouds, in the holy city of misty snow, an angry shout suddenly reverberated in the hall. Gongyang Zhengqi's face was full of anger as he said coldly, "Duanmu Yoyu actually opened up another path in the void tunnel and crossed it. He is really going too far. None of these titled martial sovereigns are reliable." The people below were all silent, not daring to respond. Yuan Gaohan's expression was also extremely ugly as he said, "It's really a time of trouble. Incidents keep happening." News had just arrived that his starlight soul body had disappeared from the outer realm. The immemorial astral wind that had been blowing for countless years had also disappeared. There were also traces of a battle. More people were being sent to investigate. Gongyang Zhengqi's expression eased slightly, and he said in a serious tone, "Yuan Gaohan, don't worry. Tracking down the disappearance of your soul is definitely the most important matter. An expert who could go to the outer realm space was definitely extraordinary. As far as I know, there's no other way to the starry sky outside of the holy region." The intelligence division's chief, Bai Lingyue, said, "We've also lost all news of the second batch of law enforcers sent to the eastern region. It seems that something unusual has happened." Gongyang Zhang said curiously, "The matter between the outer space and the merchant union is already unusual enough. How could the holy region have so much energy to manage such a big matter at the same time? Immediately send a message to the Red Moon City and ask them to investigate the matter of the eastern region. They must give me a result. Is there any news from Xiao Haiyu? I just received news that the Four Extreme Sect's headquarters is empty," Bai Lingyue said. "Xiao Haiyu is on her way to Myriad Treasure Store's headquarters, and the Merchant Union seems to be dealing with the changes in an emergency." "Oh, they all ran away. You've indeed done something wrong." Gongyang Zhengqi's eyes flickered with cold light as he said, "I'm afraid that Xiao Haiyu can't handle the Merchant Union alone. So I'll ask Nanfeng Xian to come out of seclusion as soon as possible. After all, there's news about the Boat of Promise here, which seems to be related to the Four Extremes sect." He muttered to himself thoughtfully, "Noah's ship is not as simple as a transcendent-grade profound-level weapon." Bai Lingyue nodded. "Since, young master, you can't provide us with any information, we can only think of another way. However, there's a starting point. Since Gongzi you said that there's a high chance that Mo Xiaochuan is still alive, then there's a very high chance that he's still alive. As long as we find Mo Xiaochuan, we'll know everything." Mo Huayuan's body trembled. "I'm also worried about Big Brother's comfort." "Thank you, Lady Bai Lingyue," he hurriedly said. "Yes, that's what I should do. As for that Li Yunxiao you mentioned, this person seems to be related to Lord Wei Qing. I wonder if I can help him." Bai Lingyue frowned. "I'm also aware of this matter," Gongyang Zhang said curiously. "In order to avoid the war in Yanwu, Wei Qing did issue an iron order, and even Li Huaqi and Yao Jinliang appeared in the southern region at the same time. As for whether it's related to Li Yunxiao or not, I'll ask him later. I've investigated Yunxiao," Bai Lingyue said. I think he's very mysterious and seems to have a lot of secrets. Moreover, this person was also involved in the fight for Noah's ship on the Demon's Land, and he also had a part in Songyang City. I hope this is all just a coincidence, but no matter what, this person must be a key figure. He's indeed very mysterious, Mo Huayuan said. Moreover, he's extremely powerful in both martial arts and sorcery. It's hard to imagine that a young man could have such terrifying strength. I don't think even the 4 prodigies of the north can compare to him. Oh, Gongyang Jingqi was surprised. Since you have such a high evaluation of him, if this Li Yunxiao is really a promising talent, try to bring him to the Saint Realm. Mo Huayuan smiled wryly at the thought of Yunxiao's look of absolute control. How can someone like him be controlled? I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. We'll wait for the investigation results, Bai Lingyue said coldly. The management of the Holy Region is getting more and more lax. Those lawless people on the heavenly martial continent have already forgotten how powerful we are. That's right, Gongyang Zhengxi said seriously. It's indeed time to establish our prestige. This time we'll be as strict as possible. Everyone's heart trembled as they agreed. Gongyang Jingqi then dismissed everyone and left in a flash of light. In the pitch-black void, a beam of light was flying. Inside the light was a throne carved out of white crystal. Duanmu Yoyu sat on it, and the throne gave off a gentle light. As he flew through the void, the various energies in the surroundings avoided him. Duanmu Yoyu held a thin deck of gold-rimmed cards in his hands. He flipped them continuously in his hands, forming various patterns. Suddenly, a card shot out from within. He held it in his hand and gently placed it in front of his eyes. The card was surrounded by a golden light, forming a picture that flashed on it. His eyes turned purple as he stared at it with full concentration. The picture on the final card condensed into a terrifying face with a strange smile. It was the god of death. I've tried several times in a row, but this is the only result I can come up with? What does the Grim Reaper mean? Duanmuyu tapped the armrest lightly and muttered to himself, Death God Pishio. Death God Pishio. Could it be Death God Palace? He paused for a moment, then flicked his finger. The card in his hand suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into golden light and dissipating. Although I know the exact location of Death God Palace, it is that person's territory. Duanmuyu shook his head lightly and muttered, Sigh, what a headache. The white jade throne shuttled back and forth as if it was flying, and soon disappeared into the void. Eastern Region, Boneyard. In the garden, Yunxiao's starlight soul body had been hiding in the dark surge for a long time. Suddenly, he frowned and looked at the divine realm tablet on the dynasty bell. As if sensing something, he turned into a beam of light and flew into it. The evil spirit on Mo Xiaochuan's body had been burned to the point of exhaustion. It had stopped wailing and was writhing in the air. Humph, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you're really cheap. That's good, Yunxiao said coldly. It just gives me a chance. He slapped his palm down, and 3 golden tadpole-like characters flew out from his palm and instantly entered Mo Xiaochuan's body. Mo Xiaochuan spat out a mouthful of blood. The golden energy suddenly bloomed within Mo Xiaochuan's body and struck his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. It even penetrated the dome and shook the evil spirit's body. Arg! What kind of cultivation technique is this? The evil spirit's face was filled with fear. Half of its power was still in Mo Xiaochuan's body, but it had been severely injured by that palm and was almost jolted out. Yunxiao's face lit up with joy as he laughed and said, Haha! It's really useful. I thought it was useless, but it's so effective against you. This technique actually directly penetrates the soul. The evil spirit said in terror. Aren't you afraid of shattering this person's soul? Now that his soul is suppressed by you, and you are the leader, Yunxiao said coldly, you should be the one to disperse first. I don't deny that this might hurt Achuan, but as long as I can get rid of you, it's all worth it. He raised his hand again, and the 3 golden symbols glowed in his palm. They were the tadpole-like characters recorded in the dragon bone pearl, and they were used to attack the soul. After the attack, Xianxia gradually realized how terrifying the 3 words were. Originally, he was the one with the strongest soul attack in the entire heavenly martial realm, but he had to use eye techniques to shock the soul. However, this attack directly hit the body and shook the soul, which was simply impossible to defend against. Spiritual attacks could only be resisted by spiritual power or Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens. With this attack that could directly attack the soul, no one under the martial sovereign of the 9 heavens could resist it. Wait! The evil spirit cried out in horror, but Xianxia did not talk to it at all. With another palm strike, he sent out 3 golden tadpole-like characters into Mo Xiaochuan's body and attacked his spiritual altar and spiritual ocean again. The evil spirit's face changed drastically. It was finally afraid this time. If it could completely control Mo Xiaochuan's body, it could still use its Emperor Qi to resist, but all the rules in the Divine Realm tablet were under Xianxia's control, and the power in Mo Xiaochuan's body had long been suppressed to the point that he could not use it at all. Stop! I beg you to stop! The evil spirit suddenly begged for mercy. After being burned by the true phoenix fire for so long, it finally gave in. Xianxia stared at it coldly and said, "You've already lost the right to negotiate with me. Don't you think it's too late to beg for mercy now?" Not too late. The evil spirit hurriedly said, "Your move is extremely harmful to the soul. Even if you want to kill me, this man's soul will be almost completely injured by you. Why don't we have a good talk? The only way to solve this problem is to reach an agreement." Xianxia withdrew his palm force and sneered. "When did you become so quick-witted? If you want to live, it's easy. Just get out of his body." The evil spirit said bitterly, "Actually, my control over this body is getting weaker and weaker. I'll be destroyed by him one day. I've always wanted to come out, but I didn't have the chance to find a more suitable body." Xianxia looked at him coldly and said, "Physical body? You still want to possess someone else? In your current condition, refining an artifact spirit is the best option for you. I advise you to give up on your wishful thinking." The evil spirit's expression changed, and it said in grief and anger, "Artifact spirit, just kill me. I'd rather die than become an artifact spirit. It's better to die than to do that." "Is the artifact spirit as bad as you think?" Xianxia asked with a frown. "Is it?" "Humph." The demonic dragon's disgruntled voice could be heard. He snorted coldly and said, "What do you think? Now you know how aggrieved I am as your sword spirit." Xianxia's heart stirred slightly as an idea came to his mind, and then it spread out uncontrollably, his eyes shining. The evil spirit trembled and said in fear, "What evil idea are you thinking of to deal with me? In any case, I'd rather die than become an artifact spirit. Before I die, I'll use all my strength to scatter this man's soul as much as possible, and we'll all die together." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and put on a kind and sunny expression as he said softly, "Brother evil spirit, don't be so agitated. Since you've rejected the path of an artifact spirit, I naturally won't force you. I hate forcing people to do things they don't want to. As you said, reaching a consensus is the solution to the problem. Then why do I see hostility and madness in your eyes?" The evil spirit asked, puzzled. "Ingluo, cough, Ingluo. The perception of a spirit body is really sharp," Xianxia said awkwardly. "That's because I've thought of a win-win solution. I wonder if you'd like to give it a try?" With a wave of his hand, the scene in front of him immediately changed. Both of them appeared high in the sky, and a red shadow was slowly moving below. Pointing at the red shadow, Xianxia said, "If you can take that thing over, I will not hurt you at all. I can even help your spiritual body to reach a higher level." The evil spirit looked down in confusion and said in shock, "That thing's power is so strong and evil." Xianxia was referring to the blood beast. If the evil spirit could possess the blood beast and control it, he would be able to obtain the breathing earth and even take out all the profound level weapons in the blood beast. "Although this thing is extremely powerful, it has a very low intelligence," Xianxia said. "With your intelligence, you will be fine. As long as you can possess it for an instant, I'll be able to suppress it and you'll be able to come out in time. When the time comes, I can help you find a good body. The evil spirit seemed to be a little tempted and said, Really, just a moment? The body you give me can't be worse than this one. Yunxiao's face darkened as he said unhappily, It can't be worse than this? Do you know that Xiaochuan is a 4-star martial emperor? Where do you expect me to find someone stronger? You're overestimating me. The evil spirit remained silent and said, You'll have to at least have the body of a martial supreme and help me with the possession. You have that soul attack divine skill, which can help me completely crush the soul of the original owner. It will make my success rate 100%. I can agree to your request, Yunxiao said, but it's not easy to find a martial supreme. You have to wait for an opportunity. I understand. The evil spirit seemed to have agreed, but there was still deep worry in its eyes. It was not known whether it was afraid of Yunxiao going back on his words or was shocked by the blood fiend's aura, which made it a little afraid. You'll have to rely on yourself to possess the blood beast, Yunxiao said. I can't help you. The evil spirit's body began to seep out of Mo Xiaochuan's body. This faint red spirit body flowed out of Mo Xiaochuan's 7 orifices and slowly fused together in the sky. Yunxiao teleported Mo Xiaochuan to the foot of Mount Inch. Yuan Gaohan was still busy helping him with the 4th sword, so he did not want to disturb him. Therefore, he sent Gu Yuexing a few words of advice. At this moment, the evil spirit's fusion was complete and it had a complete body. There were 2 horns on its forehead, making it look like a demon. This Yun Xiao was taken aback, and he looked horrified as he said, Who did you use as a blueprint for your appearance? The evil spirit was stunned for a moment and said, What's wrong? I didn't specifically use anyone as a blueprint. It's just that it looks like this after it was condensed. It has been like this for a long time. Yun Xiao was even more puzzled. Do you know who was the woman who gave birth to you? You mean that? The evil spirit shook its head and said, I don't know. I only know that I was born with this appearance, and I have a very strong thought in my mind. I must protect that woman, Lao Ai. He suddenly showed an evil expression and roared, I'm not a demon. You were the one who destroyed the statue. Damn it. The evil spirit seemed to be enraged all of a sudden. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yun Xiao, as if it wanted to devour him. The cold air around Yun Xiao dissipated as he said coldly, You're getting hot-headed again. The evil spirit was startled and suddenly recalled the current situation. It had completely come out of Mo Xiaochuan's body and had no bargaining chips to challenge him. It immediately broke out in a cold sweat and returned to its original form. I couldn't control my emotions just now. I've had these emotions since I was born. I wanted to protect that woman at all costs. Yes, I roughly understand. Staring at the sky, Yun Xiao fell into deep thought, then slowly speculated. Shang's Ju Shi Wheel is an item of the demon race. The fact that a woman can appear on it proves that she is a member of the demon race. The appearance that you're currently taking on is exactly the same as the rain demon's true appearance, which proves that the statue of that woman was definitely created by an ancestor of the Rain clan. Furthermore, it was infused with his determination to protect the woman. That's why you inherited the will of that great demon after you were born. I see. The evil spirit nodded continuously. Although I don't really understand, it sounds very powerful. Is there any other information in your mind besides the belief to protect that woman? Yun Xiao asked. The evil spirit thought for a while and shook its head. Forget it. The matters of the ancient past have long disappeared with time. There's no point in pursuing it now. Yun Xiao sighed. The side profile of the demon woman in the underground palace still appeared in his mind, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. The evil spirit's mind was completely focused on the blood fiend. Enough chit-chat, let's get down to business. I hope you can enrage it so that I have a greater chance of seizing its body. This is because when the soul is angry, it is at its weakest. That's easy. Yun Xiao nodded. Come to my hand. The evil spirit turned into a beam of light and fell into Yun Xiao's right hand. With a casual wave of his left hand, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and struck at the blood fiend without any warning. Boom! The blood fiend sensed the danger and jumped away. It looked at the sky with fire in its eyes and saw that the ground had been struck by lightning, leaving a huge pit. With a smile, Xianxia turned into a beam of light and shot toward the blood fiend like a shooting star. The blood fiend flew into a rage. It threw its head back and roared, then spat out a bolt of lightning that shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia cried out as he conjured another thunderbolt. The two forces rumbled in the sky, turning into hundreds of millions of electric arcs that spread out in all directions, filling the sky with lightning. Motherfucker! As expected, it's a self-formed rule force, and it's actually on par with the rule of thunder in the Divine Realm tablet. Cold sweat seeped out of Xianxia's forehead. With just one blow, the sky had begun to crack. If they continued like this, the space inside the Divine Realm tablet was very likely to be destroyed. Seeing that its attack had failed, the blood fiend roared again. This time, it spat out a beam of blood-red light from its mouth, and a blood-red ruler grew larger in the air before it slammed down on Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he snorted coldly and said, "Not everything can show off in my territory." With a point of his finger, the blood ruler immediately solidified and shrank rapidly, falling directly into his hand and being kept. The blood ruler was not an ancient object. There were no golden tadpole-like characters on it, and it did not have its own power of rules. As soon as it came out, Xianxia suppressed and collected it. Then, he teleported and appeared in front of the blood fiend. He struck it with his palm. The blood fiend stood there in a daze. It didn't understand how the ruler had been subdued by the other party as soon as it had left. In its body, although the ruler was not as powerful as the hammer, it was still an extremely powerful item that was not much inferior to the hammer. Could not figure it out, and it did not have time to think about it. Xianxia's sudden appearance in front of it infuriated it. With a sudden roar, a monstrous blood-red force shot out of its mouth and hit Xianxia. Xianxia's skin turned golden in an instant, and the bright moon divine light also came out of his body to quickly purify the blood chi. The evil spirit in his palm slammed into the blood fiend's body and he shouted, "I'll be waiting for your good news." Boom! The power of the blood sea burst out of the blood beast's body and immediately sent Xianxia flying hundreds of meters away. He stopped in the air and stared at it coldly. As soon as the evil spirit entered the blood fiend's body, it immediately rushed into the blood fiend's soul and began to fight for control of the body. The entire area below turned into a sea of blood in an instant, and a powerful force surged out. It was extremely intense. Xianxia watched calmly as the blood beast transformed into its true form. A sea of blood covered the sky and shrouded him, but he just watched quietly, waiting for the moment the evil spirit took control of its body. More than a dozen profound-level weapons also gushed out one by one, rolling in the blood sea. They all exerted their maximum power and rushed out of the blood sea one by one, as if it was the end of the world. Xianxia's face was also filled with shock. These profound-level weapons had all been refined by the blood beast. This was the Divine Realm tablet, and his power of rules could suppress all profound-level weapons except the hammer. But in the outside world, who could suppress it when it was so fierce? The shocking power displayed by this external appearance was enough to speculate how intense the soul competition was inside. Xianxia was also a little worried. If the evil spirit failed, it did not matter if its soul was destroyed. But he was afraid that the blood beast would go berserk and break the power of the world with its hammer to escape. If that happened, he would never be able to catch it again. His eyes suddenly focused and he said coldly, "Let me give you a hand." The three tadpole-like characters that attacked the soul condensed in his hand at once. He raised the wind and cloud palm, and the surrounding sea of blood dissolved with a thought. The palm force was like the rising sun piercing through the dark clouds, and it struck down fiercely. Boom! The power of the wind and cloud palm shook into the sea of blood, causing a monstrous blood light to rise. The three characters directly entered the sea, flashed, and sank into it. Roar! A deafening roar rang out, as if the blood fiend's souls had been injured. The 10 over profound level weapons in the air suddenly emitted a powerful light, and there were signs of them exploding. Xiao sucked in a cold breath. Even he was frightened by this. If these profound-level weapons exploded, the entire Divine Realm tablet would probably be destroyed again. The explosion of the profound-level weapon flashed and suddenly stopped. The voice of the evil spirit suddenly rang out. "Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer." Xiao was overjoyed, knowing that it had gained temporary control. He suddenly raised his right hand, and beams of light flew out of it. Slowly, a small cauldron emerged, growing larger and larger. As he opened his hands, the inscriptions on the cauldron began to flash, and various colors began to appear around it. The cauldron of mountain and river's world power was opened, and 9 colors spread out, piercing through the entire blood sea and enveloping it. Then, Xiao struck out with the mark of Wisdom King, which immediately shook the lid of the cauldron, and an unparalleled force began to suck the entire blood sea into it. "Arg! What was this thing? Don't suck me in!" The evil spirit shrieked in fear. Could also feel the terrifying power of the cauldron of mountain and river. Fear rose from the bottom of its heart. "Don't worry," Xiao said lightly. "The most important thing now is to suppress this blood fiend. You'll stay in there for a while. When I have enough strength to refine it, I'll let you out." Boom, boom, boom. The entire world of Bloody Sea was absorbed into the cauldron of mountain and river. The lid of the cauldron, which was covered with 9-colored light, fell down and let out a huge roar. Xiao performed an incantation gesture, and the world power of the cauldron of mountain and river slowly retracted. The body of the cauldron returned to normal and began to spin in the air. The cauldron of mountain and river was also a saint weapon, and it had the complete power of the world. Even if the blood beast had a hammer with the rule of thunder, it wouldn't be able to break it. Moreover, this cauldron was a divine item that could refine all living things. As long as it was given enough time, even a peak martial supreme would be completely refined in it. Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Driving the cauldron of mountain and river was still a great burden on him. Not to mention that he had just separated his starlight clone, which consumed a lot of his soul power. He performed an incantation gesture, and the phoenix divine flame slowly descended from the sky and began to burn the cauldron. His goal was to refine the blood beast and take out the swelling earth and the hammer. As for the other profound level weapons, although they were precious other than the ruler, they were not worthy of his attention. If you play like this, that evil spirit will probably be finished. The demonic dragon's body appeared, and he looked extremely displeased as he said, "You're breaking your promise." "What?" Xiao snorted. "Are you angry? We are both spiritual bodies, but I feel sad for you," the demonic dragon said in a deep voice. Xiao smiled and said, "It's not as serious as you think. My method of refining is only to refine the fiendish energy in the blood beast and break down its body structure. In this way, it can be completely subdued without hurting its soul. The evil spirit would only suffer a little inside. At most, I'll just find a stronger body for it to settle down in." "I hope so," the demonic dragon said coldly. Xiao nodded slightly and said, "How's your cultivation of the dragon bone bead?" At the mention of this item, the demonic dragon's interest was piqued. He said with exultation, "I've already refined it into my body, and I've obtained an unexpectedly powerful strength." He didn't expect the rumor of the 9 creatures transforming into dragons to be true. The descendant of the heavenly black dragon was able to suppress all the experts in the city with just 3 dragon-type secret treasures. It was truly incredible. If he gathered all 9 and transformed into a true dragon, wouldn't he be invincible? Ancient true dragons can only be derived by gathering the dragon chi of heaven and earth, Xiao said thoughtfully. Although there is such a legend about the 9 creatures transforming into dragons, it is too unreal. It was extremely difficult to gather the 9 items. However, Ingluo, he said thoughtfully, there are many treasures in the 4 seas. It shouldn't be difficult to gather 9 dragon objects with the power of the 4 seas. However, I've never heard of a real dragon being born. There must be something strange about the dragon transformation. Yes, I think it's also greatly related to bloodline, the demonic dragon muttered. We've been to the 4 seas, but we haven't seen any overly heaven-defying characters. But no matter what, you have to be careful the next time you encounter Xianxia. If the power of the dragon transformation continues to increase by several times, it will indeed be a big problem. A cold gleam flickered in Yunxiao's eyes as he said, I think there's something wrong with that Xianxia as well. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just having the royal bloodline of the 4 seas. If there's a chance, I really want to personally investigate his actual situation. Perhaps I can unravel the secret of the true dragon. Just be careful, Prince Evil Dragon said with a bitter smile. I also hope to have the opportunity to get in touch with that level. Yunxiao did not say anything, but quietly burned the cauldron of mountain and river to refine the blood beast. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, turning pale in an instant. He spat out a large mouthful of blood in the air, his eyes filled with shock. What's going on? A soul power backlash. What? The demonic dragon was shocked. Is that thing so difficult to refine that it can devour your soul in the divine realm tablet? Yunxiao's face was pale as he shook his head slightly and said, My soul power is indeed greatly damaged, but it's not about this cauldron. It seems that I can't rush to refine the blood fiends. My starlight soul body has been destroyed. He took a deep breath and sat down in the air. He closed his eyes and said, Let me calm down. A lot of information is flooding into my mind now. I'll digest it one by one. The demonic dragon no longer spoke. The true phoenix fire on the cauldron of mountain and river receded one by one. The huge cauldron continued to spin in the air, but its speed was getting slower and slower. Finally, it stopped. Cold sweat the size of beans trickled down Yunxiao's forehead. He did not know whether it was because it was hard to receive the information or because his soul power was damaged. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, but his face was still pale. He took out a pill and swallowed it. Only then did he feel better. How is it? The demonic dragon asked in shock. Your starlight soul body was destroyed, and your soul was so severely injured? But that's just a rank 2 apparition. Yunxiao shook his head with a wry smile. I finally understand why Yuan Gaohan values his 8th-tier soul so much. Once destroyed, his soul will indeed be damaged forever, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to make any further progress. I won't use this thing as a spy in the future. Now, not only is my soul power greatly damaged, but even my realm has fallen. If it falls a little more, I'm afraid it will directly fall back to the 7th tier, and I'll have no tears to cry. It's so serious. Who asked you to be so reckless? The demon dragon was shocked. Learn from your mistakes. My future is still counting on you. Alright, what happened to you that your spirit body could be destroyed in the earth vein? Yunxiao's face suddenly turned serious as he said slowly, There's actually someone from the sanctuary here. It seems that the sanctuary has always been investigating the secrets of the boneyard. I followed the spring water and entered a very strange space. Then I met people from the sanctuary. They were very shocked and wanted to capture me to interrogate me. I managed to get a lot of information out of them, and they killed me in seconds. The demonic dragon was stunned for a moment before it asked, Saint Domain, then do you want to continue investigating? It seems that the level of involvement has expanded greatly. Yunxiao snorted and said, Of course I'm going to investigate. It's related to the origin of water, and it's the key for me to completely open the power of the divine realm tablet. How can I give it up so easily? Not good. His expression suddenly changed. After the change in his expression, he disappeared from the divine realm tablet and appeared in the garden. His soul power was greatly damaged, which directly weakened his control over these 9th-tier profound armaments. The dynasty bell gave off a strong trembling sound, and the corpse puppet saber went crazy inside. The divine realm tablet and the 3 northern heaven cold star swords were beginning to give way, and they were gradually getting out of his control. Beads of sweat dripped down from Yunxiao's forehead, but he still could not hold on any longer. Bang! With a loud vibration, the dynasty bell was finally sent flying. The violent corpse puppet saber turned into a saber and broke the restraints of the 3 territory powers and the sword pattern. It rushed into the spring not far away, stirring up monstrous waves, and then sank into it. Xianxia's face turned pale as he suddenly put away all the mystic artifacts. His eyes suddenly turned into blood moons as he stared at the deep spring, but the corpse puppet saber had long disappeared. It seems like it has escaped far away, but there is only one path down there. Could it be that it has gone against the flow? If that's the case, doesn't that mean we've entered that place? Xianxia pondered for a moment, then plunged into the water and went against the flow in the same direction. The vitality of the spring water was extremely strong, constantly nourishing his body. His soul power was also recovering extremely slowly, but it would be difficult to recover to its peak in the short term. There's such a strong life force in the water, the demonic dragon suddenly said in surprise. Why can't I see a single living creature in the water? Xianxia frowned and looked around. It was indeed so. It was just that he had not noticed it before. As he was gradually entering the earth vein, it was very dark and the water temperature was getting colder and colder. A few hours later, Xianxia swam into a very wide space. Under the faint light, he seemed to be able to hear some sounds. Xianxia's frown grew deeper as he asked in surprise, "Where did the corpse puppet saber go? This is the only path we've been on this entire time, and the passage above is guarded by saints. Could it be that the great corpse slipped out?" He swam in the water for a while, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. It's impossible to go out. With that corpse puppet's personality, it's impossible for it to not be discovered. Could there be another passage in the water? He began to carefully search the bottom of the water, but he still found nothing. Unwilling to give up, Xianxia walked back along the passage and searched along the way. As expected, he found something strange. The entire waterway was so clear that one could see the bottom. There were no living creatures in it. There were short, shallow stakes at the bottom of the waterway every once in a while. They seemed to have been driven deep into the water, and only the height of 2 fists could be seen. They seemed to be arranged in a certain pattern. It's actually a hidden formation. Could it be that this underground surge was opened up? Xianxia was a little stunned. He landed on a hidden post and grabbed it with his hand, feeling a faint power being transmitted from it. He pulled hard, but it did not move at all. Xianxia's face grew serious as his body gradually turned into an imperishable golden body. With a strong physical strength, he pulled it out again. Finally, the shallow stake slowly came out under his desperate efforts. It was more than 2 meters long, completely beyond his imagination. Swish! When the stake was pulled out, it made a slight sound, and clear water began to pour into it. Xianxia looked at the stake, and his face suddenly filled with horror as his body trembled. The 2-meter-long column, except for a small section exposed in the water, was mostly black. It was extremely corroded, and he was not unfamiliar with this kind of black corrosion. It was the corrosive effect of demonic qi. Xianxia slowly poured his soul power into the long pillar and carefully analyzed it. He found that it was made of 7th-tier materials and was extremely strong. His gaze once again focused on the hole. There was nothing special inside, and he could not see any demonic qi. His expression became extremely serious as he said in a deep voice, "I finally know why there are no living things in this water. Turns out that there's demonic qi corrosion. This demonic qi, which is so weak that it can't be detected by the naked eye, can actually corrode 7th-tier materials to such an extent. I have an ominous feeling now. It seems that this burial land is related to the great demon realm." "What?" The demonic dragon was stunned. "There's a grand earth vein seal below. Could it be sealing a great demon?" The demonic dragon said with a strange expression, "You've even released a great demon in Mount Meru and the outer space. This burial ground is so chaotic. You're really the savior of the great demon. If the sanctuary knows what you've done, you'll be the first one to die." Xianxia held the pile and looked at it for a while, then said slowly, "Mount Meru doesn't know, but the outer space is greedy. If there really is a great demon this time, then there's nothing we can do because this is related to the water essence. It's necessary." His eyes were filled with determination as he began to pull out the hidden pillars from the bottom of the water. He pried them out one by one like a nail. At the same time, the speed of the water flow began to slow down. With the last one being pulled out, there was no flow at all. However, this was only a moment of silence. Soon after, the entire stream of water began to flow again, and it was getting faster and faster in a different direction from before. Xianxia's heart trembled. The shape of the entire underground river had changed without him knowing, and many tunnels that did not exist before had appeared. He was bold and skillful, so he followed the direction of the current. The current was winding and rugged, and after a long time, there was no road ahead. A large amount of water continued to sink into the ground, and at the end of the tunnel was a bottomless pit. This by-in, Xianxia fixed his eyes on the deep pit, but he could not see the end at all. There was only a large amount of water rushing into it. Enter or not? Unfortunately, the consumption of the Starlight Soul body was too great, so he didn't dare to use it again. If it was destroyed again, he would really drop to the 8th rank. Forget it. I've already come to this point. Would I still be me if I were to retreat? With a wry smile, Xianxia followed the stream of water down. He felt as if his body was falling from the air, and his surroundings were dark, making him unable to see. He activated his divine body and emitted the light of the moon, only to see that it was an endless void, with spring water falling from the sky like a waterfall. Xianxia's figure flickered as he rushed out of the waterfall. He stood in the air and looked down as he asked, could it be the underground world? With such a big hole down there, the burial land actually didn't collapse. Under the illumination of his bright moon divine light, the distant world was filled with rocks. It was eerie and terrifying, and there was no sign of life. Xianxia gently pointed out a finger, and a golden beam of light pierced through the air and shot into the darkness. But it disappeared into thin air without any warning. This is Ing Luo. Xianxia looked suspicious. The power of his finger had disappeared inexplicably, but unfortunately, this place was completely blocked from divine sense, so he could not probe it. There are too many strange things in this place. I can't stay here for long. He suddenly flew down along with the current, and after flying for a few hundred meters, he landed at the bottom. It was actually a pool, and an extremely strong chi of life was emitted from it. Although the water was shattered by the waterfall, it was still clear and the bottom could be seen. The big corpse puppet was lurking under the water, motionless. As expected, it's here. Xianxia's heart jolted. The life force in the pool was extremely strong, and he could clearly see a layer of faint green algae at the bottom of the water. It seemed that the life force here was far stronger than the fiend energy, which was why life could be born here. He gently stepped on the water's surface and wanted to go down to see what was going on. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the water, and a sharp saber light rose into the sky. The giant corpse split open the pool and rushed up, slashing at him. It seems that this thing is extremely protective of the water essence in this place. My guess is correct. It has obtained its life from this place, so it does not allow anyone to invade it. Xianxia's figure flickered, and he lightly touched the water surface to avoid the blade. The corpse puppet saber flipped in the air and emitted rays of cold light. It turned into a saber and slashed down. The water reflected a dazzling light, as if two blades were slashing down. Xianxia sighed. So stubborn. Don't we have to subdue this thing before getting water? That's going to be difficult. Once again, he exercised his movement technique and dodged the blade by taking a few steps on the water. When the blade beam brushed past his shoulder, an aura of death rose from the bottom of his heart. The instinct of a warrior and the potential that came from the depths of his soul made Xianxia's mind spin rapidly, and the world around him seemed to slow down. He had experienced this kind of aura of death before. It was the phenomenon of all parts of the body speeding up when he was about to die. The last time in the Tiandang Mountains, he had died after having this feeling. This time, it appeared when the saber light swept past him. Xianxia's pupils instantly turned into a blood moon. He suddenly found that the saber light that had cut through his body was actually a reflection, and the real zombie saber was the one that had come from the bottom of the water. This discovery sent chills down his spine. The spiritual power in his sea of consciousness exploded and spread out, distorting the space like a black hole. His entire body suddenly teleported away, and a stream of blood spurted out, spraying into the sky. Yunxiao's body reappeared more than 10 meters away. A terrible wound spread from his shoulder to his waist, and more than half of his body was stained red with blood as it fell into the pool like flowing water. The entire space was silent except for the waterfall-like noise. After the zombie saber hit its target, it stood quietly on the water and faced Yunxiao without moving. Yunxiao's body went cold, and it took him a while to recover from the fear. He gulped, and his face was still pale. Usually, he relied on his divine sense in battle. If the attack just now was a combination of the reflection and the real body, it would definitely not be able to deceive him outside. However, in this place, his divine sense was completely sealed, and he could not tell the real from the fake with the naked eye. The wound on his shoulder hurt. The cut was so deep that even his bones were split open. His bone marrow was also flowing out with the blood, making him extremely furious. Yunxiao activated his imperishable golden body, and bits of golden light emerged from his wounds, slowly repairing his body. The blade just now didn't hit him directly. It was just a flash of the blade. Even so, if he didn't have the indestructible golden body and the bright moon divine body, he would have been cut in half by the blade. Damn it! I almost died here for no reason. Yunxiao cursed as he circulated his primordial qi to repair his body. He was fully on guard against the corpse puppet. Although the terrain here was simple, he was the away team after all, and the opponent had the home advantage. The giant corpse puppet was no longer in a hurry after the attack. It just stopped on the water and rippled with the waves caused by the waterfall. It seemed to be familiar with Yunxiao and knew that it would not be effective to attack blindly, so it seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. Yunxiao was happy to see her quiet as he slowly recuperated from his injuries. Besides, the spiritual power that burst out of his body at the risk of his life just now had almost emptied his soul power. He was no longer able to fight the corpse puppet, both physically and spiritually. Fortunately, the monstrous spiritual energy emitted from under his feet allowed him to recover his losses at a considerable speed. The great corpse puppet remained motionless, as if it would let Yunxiao do as he wished as long as he did not dive into the water. Just like that, the man and the insect kept their guard up against each other. Time passed little by little, and after several days, Yunxiao's injuries were finally fully recovered. Demonic Dragon's voice was heard. He said in surprise, "What's going on? It actually allowed you to recuperate without care? This thing's mind shouldn't be very complete," Yunxiao said seriously. "It only knows how to attack people and protect this pool. But even so, it's still a big problem. If I can't completely solve it, I can't go underwater. What should we do? You can't possibly subdue it." The demonic dragon said worriedly. "Not necessarily," Yunxiao said decisively, his eyes flickering with a faint light, as if he was very confident. He performed a sword incantation with both hands, and the northern heaven cold star sword immediately fell into his hands. Then he flew up and attacked. As the corpse puppet saber moved, a beam of light shot out from its head. Yunxiao snorted coldly as he teleported away and dodged the saber beam, then slashed down from the sky. He made hand seals left and right and softly muttered a spell. 3 golden tadpole-like characters appeared on the body of the sword. They flickered one by one and fiercely jolted down. The giant corpse puppet turned into a saber and flew up, directly colliding with the sword. A loud clang rang out, and flames scattered in all directions. The 2 weapons were both 9th-tier mystic artifacts, but Yunxiao was too weak, so he was sent flying by the impact. His skin was golden, and he was sent flying in the air like a golden meteor. However, the 3 golden tadpole-like characters passed through the saber radiance without any obstruction and entered the saber. The corpse puppet saber trembled and wailed in the air. All of a sudden, it shone brightly and circled a few times in the sky before diving into the pool and disappearing. "It's indeed useful." Yes, Yunxiao was overjoyed. Although this insect saber is powerful, it only has a monstrous artifact aura and an amazing saber beam. Can't block a spiritual attack at all. Moreover, from its actions, its intelligence is extremely low, and its soul power is definitely extremely limited. After being hit by my attack, it should have escaped with heavy injuries. He focused his eyes and looked over. The corpse puppet saber had not turned back into an insect. It still maintained its blade and was stuck straight in the depths of the pool. Now that there was a move that could restrain it, Xianxia boldly stepped into the pool again and slowly sank down. He was on full alert, for he did not want to be hit by the saber again. As he stepped into the pool, the corpse puppet saber finally trembled, creating ripples that spread at the bottom of the pool. It actually repelled the impact of the waterfall. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and he held the northern heaven-cold star sword even tighter. Suddenly, a shadow slowly rose from the bottom of the water and moved directly to the corpse puppet saber. A white hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed the saber's hilt. The trembling of the saber immediately stopped, and the entire world seemed to be silent at this moment. Xianxia was taken aback, and his heart trembled. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart, and the heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly opened. Each of the three eyes took on a different shape, as if they were forming an array, and then they stared at the arm. When he saw the arm clearly, his entire body trembled and he instantly turned into a flash of lightning, blasting apart the pool of water and flying away. Under Xianxiao's visual technique, the white jade-like hand was not an arm, but a white bone claw. Clang! The corpse puppet saber emitted an astonishing saber chi that rolled up. The water below suddenly turned into a whirlpool that kept rolling up. The bone claw that was holding the corpse puppet saber suddenly flicked, and the blade trembled. A saber light broke through the air and rushed out of the pool. The light shone for tens of thousands of miles, illuminating the entire space. A figure holding the saber rushed out of the pool and slashed at Xianxiao's thunderbolt form. At that moment, the entire dark world disappeared, leaving only a saber beam between heaven and earth. Under the saber light, mountains were chopped, rivers and seas were cut off, and anyone who blocked it was swept away. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath. Although there was no emperor aura to freeze the space in the saber beam, it seemed to be a world of its own. It was not as simple as a world of sabers, and it gave him a feeling that he had nowhere to escape. There's no other way. We'll definitely die if we resist. Xianxia took out the Divine Realm tablet from between his brows, which turned into a beam of light in the blink of an eye and disappeared into it. The moment he stepped in, the saber light arrived and slashed on the Divine Realm tablet. A huge energy storm shook out. As soon as Xianxia stepped into the steel, he felt the entire space shake. A saber beam broke through the power of a realm and followed him in from the outside. What? He was suddenly shocked. Only Li Huaqi could break his realm power. He didn't expect the white bone claw to be able to do it. He didn't have much time to think. With a wave of his hand, a sword chi gathered in his palm and turned into 3 unparalleled sword techniques. He slashed out in an instant. Several forces collided in the sky, forming a huge circle of light. It was like a sun, illuminating the entire world inside the steel. Your sister. This power is as strong as a 9-stars martial emperor. Cold sweat oozed out of Xianxiao's forehead. Fortunately, he had not taken the hit out of curiosity, or he would have been turned into ashes. Even though he had dodged the attack, he could feel that the Divine Realm tablet had consumed a lot of spirit chi. If he were to be attacked a few more times like this, it would probably be damaged again. Moreover, he was now standing in the sky in a daze, not even daring to go out. The demonic dragon's face turned pale, but he still mocked. "Ha! What are you scared?" Xianxia smiled wryly. "Of course I'm afraid. A 9-stars martial sovereign. I was once in that realm, so I should know how strong I am," he said with lingering fear. "Not to mention that I have a 9th-tier mystic saber that can completely unseal it. Don't you think I'm scared?" He was in a good mood today, but he had to work overtime at the company. He had been so tired since he came back and really couldn't write the 3rd chapter. Otherwise, he would have to work until 1 or 2 o'clock. "I'll owe everyone 1 more chapter. I'll make up for 6 chapters at the beginning of June. I've always felt bad about it, so I'll try my best. Yunxiao was at his wit's end in the Divine Realm tablet. Do you think that the corpse puppet saber has already accumulated power outside and is waiting for me to go out and hack me to death with one strike? The demonic dragon pondered and said, based on its intelligence, it shouldn't be. Its only thought was to protect the pool as much as possible. But what was that white bone claw that was holding it? How could it have such power? A 9-stars martial sovereign? You must be joking. Yunxiao pondered for a while and said, even if I recover my peak strength, I won't be able to defeat this kind of existence easily. How could such a powerful force be willing to stay in such a place? There must be a limit. He separated another soul body and released it outside to investigate. He tried to lower the level of his soul body as much as possible to prevent it from being cut again and causing great damage to his soul. As soon as the Starlight soul body came out of the Divine Realm tablet, it was still dark outside. The corpse puppet saber was at the bottom of the pool, quietly inserted there. After that, Yunxiao's real body came out and took the soul back into his body. He stared down and began to ponder. With such a powerful force protecting him, it was impossible to seize the water origin. But he was not willing to leave just like that. After thinking for a while, he raised his hand, and a small piece of the earth's growing soil appeared in his palm. It emitted a faint yellow light, illuminating his gloomy and uncertain expression. The demonic dragon was shocked. You're a Pixiao. Yunxiao's face turned fierce as he said, what do you think will happen if I throw this piece of breathing earth into the water and it explodes? The demonic dragon's body trembled and he said in horror, crazy! If you are willing to give up this piece of the earth's growing soil, the endless power of the earth element will be enough to completely fill up this pool. Even if there is the origin of water in it, it will probably be destroyed by you. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose your wife and soldiers? You didn't get the water elemental energy, but you lost the earth's growing soil. Yunxiao's face was gloomy as he said, if you don't give up the child, you won't be able to catch the wolf. Isn't there still a piece of the earth's breathing earth on the blood fiend's body? I just don't know how determined the corpse puppet saber and the strange white bone claw are to protect this pool. If they are willing to risk their lives to protect it, they wouldn't have broken the water origin. After all, this piece of breathing earth is too small. He had made up his mind. He slowly turned his hand, and the earth-like breathing earth fell from his hand. An indescribable heavy chi spread in the air. Yunxiao performed incantation gestures with both hands and began to carefully control the descent of the breathing earth. At the same time, he kept casting all kinds of incantations into it to detonate the origin elements, which he had never done before. He looked a little nervous. The water in the waterfall suddenly slowed down, as if it had been cut off. The pool seemed to have sensed the danger and began to surge. An uneasy aura rippled on the surface of the water as if it was about to boil. Helper! A voice that sounded like it came from the netherworld rang out in the dark water. That voice was definitely not something that a living person could make. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He suddenly stopped the sinking of the breathing earth and retreated to the Divine Realm tablet, planning to hide in it if anything happened, because he saw the white bone claw holding the corpse puppet saber again. A figure gradually emerged from the pitch-black water. It was actually a skeleton standing beside the corpse puppet saber. A powerful aura was emitted from the skeleton's body, and a faint voice came from within the skeleton. Said leisurely, it's the master of the Divine Realm tablet, Tao Wu. Why did you open the seal? Yunxiao's heart trembled. He opened his 3 eyes at the same time and looked down with the power of his eye technique. It was indeed a skeleton, and judging from its words, it recognized the Divine Realm tablet. Who are you? He asked. I obtained this Divine Realm tablet by chance, but the 4 territories inside were destroyed. I want to obtain the origin of water and reopen the earth, water, fire, and wind realms. The skeleton didn't make a sound, and only after a long time did it speak again. There are no coincidences in the world. Since you have the Divine Realm tablet, you are the chosen one. I will help you. However, the seal has been broken without me. Who are you? Yunxiao asked in surprise. Who are you? What is this seal sealing? I'm just a wisp of a soul. I'm trapped inside someone's body. I can't get rid of it. The seal I'm protecting is just a part of my body. When you open the 4 territories, please help me sleep forever. Xianxia frowned. Eternal sleep naturally meant death, but he did not expect the skeleton to be so eager to die. He promised, "All right, as long as it's within my means." However, was the demon sealed within the seal? What's the background of that great demon? The skeleton was silent for a long time before slowly saying, "At the beginning of the world, Tao became one, one divided into 2, and from 2 became 3. Demonic Qi was one of these 3. It was born in chaos and evolved from Tao. It was undying and indestructible, and was a long-lasting catastrophe. When the demonic Qi has gathered to a certain extent, it will condense into an object with a spirit. It is called the Black Flame Fiend and is also one of the 10 true spirits." Black Flame Fiend. Xianxia was shocked. He had seen that thing in the spiritual sea of a phoenix, and it was definitely a 10th tier one if it could compete with a true spirit phoenix. The so-called Great Demon is this Black Flame Fiend. The Black Flame Fiend is a rank 10 true spirit, but it's not that scary. "It's not a demon," the skeleton replied. "In the war to suppress the demons, the great demons were divided and suppressed." "Were the seals opened?" he suddenly asked. Xianxia sweated in his heart. A 10th tier true spirit was not scary, but when he thought about how terrifying this man was even when he was only a skeleton, he reckoned that he was probably an immortal state cultivator when he was alive. He only felt that things were getting more and more complicated. He said in a serious voice, "There are demons appearing in Mount Meru and the outer space. They look the same. Are they the great demons you mentioned?" The skeleton thought for a moment and said, "It's been too long. Perhaps the name of the place has changed. I don't remember. The name of the demon master is D. Emperor?" "That man called himself D Jia," Xianxia said suspiciously. "Perhaps he is the demon master you mentioned. He doesn't look very powerful." The skeleton said slowly, "Perhaps the situation has changed. With the passage of time, each generation has its own responsibility. Now is no longer the time I live in. I can't even remember the faces of my family and friends clearly. The owner of the Divine Realm tablet once said that the day I see the tablet again will be the day I leave the dragon transformation pool." Xianxia was horrified when he heard that. It was an extremely coincidental thing that he had obtained the Divine Realm tablet from the Li family's warehouse, but now it seemed that it had been arranged by fate for a long time, and it had happened countless years ago. It was hard for him to accept it for a moment. The Dragonized Pool? Was this boneyard called the Dragonized Pool before? The seal in the earth vein that restricts divine sense is used to seal devils? "Only a saint artifact can suppress a demonic body," the skeleton said. "But a true dragon was born here, and it's a place that gathered all the dragon chi in the world. It's extremely powerful, which is why it was chosen as one of the places to suppress demons. The Dragonized Pool has 7 formation eyes, and the strongest one is the dragon eye that I'm guarding. The source of water you've sensed is a drop of a true dragon's tear." The skeleton slowly raised its hand, and a ball of crystal-clear water element rotated above the white bone claw, emitting a powerful force that made people's hearts palpitate. Suddenly, the skeleton's body moved. A white light flashed, and he suddenly disappeared from where he was. He had actually entered the Divine Realm tablet. Xianxia was taken aback, and he quickly followed them in. The scene in front of him shocked him. The sky was filled with crystal-clear brilliance, and he felt as if he had entered a world of crystal. "Is this monastic robe still my Divine Realm tablet?" He had too many questions to ask the skeleton, but the skeleton didn't seem to be interested in him. It floated in the air quietly and began to cast a spell. Soon, to the north of the Divine Realm tablet, the barren land of death began to reign. The whole world appeared to be like a dream, and this scene was much more powerful than when he had opened the other 3 regions. The power of the true dragon's tear spread out in the steel, and everyone felt refreshed. They looked up at the sky in the distance in surprise, wondering what Xianxia was up to again. Mo Xiaochuan, who had been severely injured, was also shocked to feel that his injuries were gradually recovering. Xianxia was also shocked by the power. What the skeleton had displayed was the complete power of water, and it had brought the power of the true dragon's tear into full play. At the same time, the power of the Divine Realm tablet was also slowly recovering. The other three territories resonated at the same time and began to shine on each other. The feeling was like the creation of the world and the birth of all living things, making all living beings feel great reverence and faith in their hearts, especially Xianxia, who was the master of this world. This feeling was even deep in his soul. He sat cross-legged and immersed himself in the power. He slowly reached the point of forgetting himself and everything else in the world. He focused on the void, and only his heart was left in the world. At this moment, there was a building somewhere in the burial land. Although it wasn't grand, it was exquisitely designed and not simple. In the hall inside, there was actually a long dragon lying on its back. Its body was dormant among the mountains and its eyes were bright and vivid. The terrain of the entire mountain range was a simulation of the entire burial ground. The hall was very spacious, and after the true dragon model was placed, it could still accommodate hundreds of people. Everyone was very busy doing their own things, and from time to time all kinds of discussions and analysis would be sent. Suddenly, a shrill scream interrupted everyone's work. Everyone's eyes focused on it, and they all showed displeasure and slight anger. Xianxia, what happened? How can you be so alarmed and shrieking? An old man in red slowly opened his eyes, as if his cultivation had been interrupted. He was extremely dissatisfied with this, and his face was full of anger. Xianxia knew he had lost his composure, but he was still shocked. He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, "Lord Su Chu, the instrument used to test the ceiling formation just now showed an extremely large energy fluctuation. The fluctuation value has actually reached 3,000. The entire building fell silent. There was no sound at all. 3,000 mayflies. Su Su was stunned for a moment. Then she said indifferently, "How is that possible? You must be seeing things." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "I thought I was seeing things too. But I've looked at it so many times that my eyes are almost swollen. It's indeed 3,000 yuan. A man beside him laughed and said, "You must have stayed in the boneyard for too long without a woman, so your kidney is damaged. Let me take a look." He leaned his head over, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. He said awkwardly, "Could this Ying's equipment be broken? I remember that the last time I broke a seal, the fluctuation was only around 2,000. Xianxia shook his head. The device was working fine. How could it be broken? Look, it fluctuated a little just now and then returned to normal. Su Jing finally couldn't sit still anymore. She immediately came to Xianxia's side and stared at the instrument. Her eyes gradually revealed a serious look as she said in surprise, "Could it be that a seal has really been broken?" He suddenly turned his gaze to the true dragon simulacrum and gently stroked it with one hand. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that a boneyard martial artist accidentally broke open a place? Where could it be?" Xianxia was shocked. "Lord Suyu, the previous seals were all suppressed by dragons. This time, the seals are broken. Perhaps another dragon treasure will be born." Everyone's hearts burned with excitement when they heard this. The dragon's secret treasure was by no means an ordinary item. Although they would not have a share even if it was found, this was a great merit, and they would be able to receive extremely great benefits. Suyu turned a deaf ear to his words and continued to stroke the true dragon model. She pondered and said, "The layout of the 7 formation eyes of the ceiling formation is so exquisite that I've never heard of it before. We've broken through 4 of them in a row, but we can't deduce what will happen next. Even if a true dragon's secret treasure was born, it would have already been seized. Who would be stupid enough to hand over such a thing?" Xianxia snorted coldly and said, "Those who come to this boneyard to cultivate or to search for treasures are all poor. Most of them don't have any abilities or backers. A dragon's secret treasure was not something they could possess. We should immediately order the Red Moon City and the Blood God Palace to guard all the exits and investigate carefully." One of them said disdainfully, "Those scumbags from the Blood God Palace. Some time ago, someone forcefully bombarded the earth vein, causing the seal power to fluctuate. I asked them to investigate, In the end, they still haven't found anything. They seem to have set up a great formation to trap the entire burial land, but I don't know what they're up to. Su said, "This is the eastern region. We still have to rely on the Red Moon City and the Blood God Palace. Xia Yunan, go and call Jiang Huishu over." Xia Yunan immediately bowed and took his leave. Soon, he came back with a middle-aged man, Jiang Huishu of the Jiang family of the Red Moon City. After bowing, he said, "Why has Lord Su Chu summoned me? Could it be that there's new progress in breaking the seal?" Suyu nodded slightly, and Jiang Huishu's face immediately showed great joy. He said in surprise, "When did this happen? Why didn't I know about such a big matter?" "Lord Su, you're not being kind." Suyu smiled bitterly and said, "I asked Lord Jiang Huishu to come over for this matter. One of the seals had been broken, but he didn't know who had done it. I hope Lord Jiang Huishu can work hard to find this person." "What? It was broken by someone else?" Jiang Huishu was shocked. He said in disbelief, "This Tao Wu, how is this possible?" Everyone knew very well how powerful the seal was. To say something disrespectful, even if the city lord himself came here, he might not be able to break it open by force. Even if someone randomly barged into the seal, they would not have the strength to do so. Suyu nodded. "That's true. However, as the seal's power is continuously broken, the remaining power will gradually weaken. It's been so long, so we can't see what's going on. But the instrument shows that the seal has fluctuated violently to a value of 3,000. The stronger than any seal we've ever broken before. Perhaps the most critical part has been opened." Jiang Huishu said in shock, "The most crucial part is that there are only 2 seals left. If we can break one more seal, it will be a miracle." "That's right." Suyu smiled. His face also revealed an excited light as he said excitedly, "The 13th district in the southwest has already found the clues to the seal. We'll probably get the answer in a few days. As long as 6 places are broken, the seal's power will become extremely weak. At that time, we can use force to open the seal. You should know what this means." Jiang Huishu's forehead was dripping with sweat. He muttered, "There's finally going to be a result. More than 100 years of hard work will definitely shock the entire continent." "Master Suyu, is there really a secret to becoming a god under this seal?" he asked solemnly. Suyu was stunned for a moment, then she smiled bitterly and said, "Who can give a definite answer to the godly state? You're asking me, how could I not want to know? However, the person who set up such a grand seal must be at least at the god realm." He immediately said, "There's no time to lose. Lord Jiang Huishu, please find the person who broke the seal immediately. The dragon's secret treasure is too precious. It can't be left outside." "Yes," Jiang Huishu replied. "Don't worry, Sir Suyu. In the East region, no one dares to challenge the might of our Red Moon City. Wu and I. Even if it's an ant, I'll find it for you." He turned around and left, beginning to arrange for people to search. Su Chu pondered for a while and said, "Xia Yunan, you stay here and continue to monitor the fluctuations of the seal power of the ley line. I'll go to the 13th district in the southwest. Once the seal is broken, immediately send a message to the sacred city and send a large number of masters to break the last seal." He took several people and disappeared from the building in the blink of an eye, heading southwest. An hour later, they finally arrived at a vacuum. All the trees, mountains, and rocks within 1,000 meters had been cleared, and a large number of martial artists were scattered around to help. So you led the group to land directly and walked straight to a large underground cave in the center. Immediately, the person in charge came up to them and said in surprise, "What important matter brings you here personally, Sir Su Chu?" "There is indeed something important," Su said. "How's the breaking of the seal here going?" "Lord Yi Changying has been working day and night down there with many formation masters and experts from the Sea of Soul Formation, and they haven't come up for several months," the person in charge quickly said. "Oh, that Lord Yi Changying has indeed worked hard." So you praised him. "Go and inform him that I'm here to discuss something important. Tell him to come up and meet me." "Yes, yes," the person in charge replied. He turned around and jumped into the big pit. No one knew how long the stairs went down. Suyu stared at the hole and seemed to be deep in thought, revealing a faint look of worry. The person behind him saw his expression and chuckled. The seal is about to be broken. It should be a great thing. Why are you so worried now, Sir Suyu? Suyu looked at him and sighed. I suddenly feel like I'm in a trance. It's been more than 100 years. I've taken over this matter from Master Amaterasu for almost 50 years. Success is so close at hand that it makes me feel a little unreal. There was a deep worry in his eyes, and he said, Moreover, for the past 100 years, the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation have done their best to work together to break the seal, but they have lived in peace. I'm just worried that once the seal is truly broken, and if the secret to becoming a god is really hidden within, it will be a disaster for the entire continent. The man was stunned for a moment, but he seemed to understand the implications of this. He smiled bitterly and said, Indeed, for most people they don't really want to reach the immortal level. After all, it's too far away. However, finding the path to the god realm is always the pursuit of the strong. Everyone was sighing and discussing. A moment later, a ray of light flew out of the pit and landed on the ground. 3 people came out. Master Xianxia, you've worked hard. Suyu quickly stepped forward and said. His eyes fell on a man standing behind Xianxia, and he frowned slightly. The old man who was the leader of the 3 smiled and said, Lord Suchu is too polite. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to come personally. Is there something important? Yes. Suyu was about to explain, but suddenly, her eyes fell on the man behind Xianxia, and she asked in surprise. This person looks so unfamiliar. I wonder if he is Bayan. It's just an elder sent by the headquarters to help me. He did a lot of work, Xianxia said with a smile. A strange smile appeared on the man's face as he whispered, I'm Hung Yuan. Greetings to the secretary of the sanctuary, Lord Su Chu. Suyu was slightly surprised. He could feel an extraordinary aura from this man, which made him feel a little cold. His eyes were filled with suspicion as he muttered, Elder Hung Yuan doesn't look simple. Master Xianxia, according to the rules, anyone who enters the core area must go through my approval. I wonder what is going on with this Elder Hung Yuan. His face gradually showed an unhappy expression. Xianxia laughed and said, Lord Suyu is overthinking. Elder Hung Yuan was one of the people who came last time. I've already given you the name list. Did I? Suyu frowned slightly. A few months ago, a group of people had indeed come from the Sea of Soul Formation. He had also taken a quick look at them. This kind of personnel transfer happened from time to time, but the seal of the burial land was too strong, so he could not spread his divine sense to investigate in detail. So I've misunderstood you, my lord. So you no longer doubted him and nodded. I'm here to tell Master Xianxia that one of the seals has been broken. What? The 3 people from the Sea of Soul Formation realm were shocked. Xianxia quickly said, What's going on? Hurry up and tell me the details. So you explained the situation one by one. Looking at the 3 people's happy expressions, Hung Yuan seemed to be even happier. His eyes flashed with a strange light, which made him feel a little depressed. Ha! The heavens are helping me. Xianxia laughed and said, To be honest, I've also made great progress with the seal here, and I'm afraid it will be open soon. Really? Suyu was shocked. In other words, there's only 1 dragon seal left out of the 7. 10:30 a.m. He was so depressed. He stayed up so late every day. He had to hurry up and work on the 3rd chapter. It would probably be after midnight. Xianxia was very happy and said, That's right. If I'm not wrong, the divine item that is suppressing the eye of the seal here should be the dragon finger. Back then, the person who cast the seal was really generous. He was actually able to gather 7 dragon artifacts. Suyu nodded. Just the seal itself is shocking. What kind of existence will be sealed in the earth vein? I'm really looking forward to it. Master Su Chu, aren't you afraid of what kind of monster is sealed inside? Xianxia suddenly laughed. I've thought about it, but it's been a long time. Even a monster can't have lived to this day, Suyu said with a smile. Moreover, the conditions recorded in the ancient books are exactly the same as this place, so the possibility of the secret to becoming a god is extremely high. The immortal state? Hang Yuan suddenly laughed. Is it really possible that the immortal state, the goal that many powerhouses have been pursuing since ancient times, exists? Suyu was stunned for a moment before she smiled and replied, "Of course! At the very least, this true dragon is a 10th level divine realm expert without a doubt, and the many dragon-related secret treasures on the continent are the best proof." Hang Yuan smiled slightly and remained silent, which made Suyu feel very uncomfortable. However, since the other party was an elder of the Sea of Soul Formation, he did not ask too much. After they chatted for a while, Suyu excused herself. Chongying's calm expression gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a face that was almost twisted with excitement. He shouted in a low voice, "The seal is finally going to be lifted. Lord Hang Yuan, our era is coming." Chongying's eyes were radiating dense demonic qi. The other person in charge also had a demonic aura on his face as he revealed a strange smile. The expression on Hang Yuan's face was hard to fathom, but he could not help but tremble slightly with excitement. From the scale of this seal and the descriptions in the ancient books, it's very likely that the demon sealed below is the true body of the Demon Lord Emperor. This time, it's really going to be a world-changing event. Chongying's eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he said with hatred, "After you release the true body of the Devil Master and your excellency recovers your strength, we'll be the first to charge into the Sea of Soul Formation and crush Lu Congzi, that despicable man who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestor. Killing Lu Congzi is just a piece of cake," Hang Yuan said with a sneer. "Just the demonic qi leaking out of the seal is already making me slowly recover. It's just that this possessed body is too weak. After the demon master awakens, I'll go find a better body. If the demon lord gives us a few pointers, we can even abandon our physical bodies and refine them into true demon bodies." The three of them were overjoyed. They instantly returned to the pit and began to break the seal. Thousands of miles above the burial land, the scion of the blood god was sitting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up from below and stopped in front of him. Jiang Huishu took a step forward from the light and asked directly, "Blood god, your 9-in-Howen fiend formation covers the entire burial land. Do you feel any strong fluctuations in the earth veins?" When the scion saw who it was, he hurriedly stood up and said, "It's Lord Jiang Huishu. I didn't control the formation, so let me ask." He took out an exquisite jade box, opened it on the spot, and sent a message into it. "Have you found the person you're looking for?" Jiang Huishu nodded. When the scion of the blood god heard this, a dark look flashed across his eyes. He said hatefully, "That person must have found a secret place to hide. I've mobilized almost everyone, but there's no news. But as long as he's still in this land of bones, he won't be able to escape from my grasp. I'm very curious about who it is that made you, blood god, so angry that you even set up such a big formation," Jiang Huishu said with a faint smile. "However, this is your sect's private matter and I have no right to ask. However, the Earth Vein Seal just released a powerful fluctuation. You have to find out this for me." The scion raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously, "The Earth Vein Seal is fluctuating? Who can move that thing?" The jade box in his hand suddenly emitted a ray of light. The scion pointed with his right hand and immediately sent a strand of divine sense into his mind. He frowned and looked into the distance. 9,000 li to the west, there is indeed someone who sensed an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. I just don't know if it's coming from within the Earth Vein Seal. Jiang Huishu thought of something and said, "Okay, continue to monitor it for me. Let me know immediately if there's anything unusual. The boneyard may not be peaceful anymore. If my prediction is correct, it won't be long before some big shots arrive here." A big shot. The scion's heart trembled. If even Jiang Huishu thought that he was an important figure, who could he be? He said in shock, "Could it be Wufu from the holy city of Misty Snow?" Jiang Huishu stopped him and said, "You just need to understand. Now, your main task is to monitor the fluctuations of the Earth vein seal and any abnormal situation in the burial land. The person you are looking for can only be placed as a secondary priority. The scion kept cursing in his heart, but he still maintained a respectful expression. Lord Jiang, please rest assured. Leave the entire boneyard surveillance to me. That's good. After Jiang Huishu finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light and headed toward the west. After roughly sensing the direction, he sank into the mountain range and flew at a low altitude. After all, once one entered the range of the seal, one's divine sense would be completely gone. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a soft voice suddenly rang out and entered his ears. Yes, although I can sense the restlessness of my little friend, I can't find the exit. It's very annoying. It seems that I have to find someone to ask. Jiang Huishu was shocked. He stopped abruptly and looked around in horror. He shouted angrily, "Who are you? Get out here!" He shouted, and the power of sound waves swept out in all directions. In an instant, a part of the forest was flattened, and a vacuum was revealed. The space distorted slightly, and many human figures gradually appeared in front of Jiang Huishu. Each of them exuded a strange aura. The man in the lead was handsome but demonic. He looked at Jiang Huishu and smiled. "May I ask where the source of demonic qi is? How come I can't find the entrance?" Jiang Huishu's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face instantly turned serious. He stared at the warriors behind the young man and said in horror, "You're from the Supreme Sect." His gaze stopped on an old man and he said in surprise, "Are you the head of the Supreme Sect, Niujing?" The Supreme Sect was not a big sect, but as a core figure of the Red Moon City, he had a deep understanding of the major forces of the eastern region. That was why he was able to recognize the people behind him. However, all of them had strange expressions on their faces, as if they were possessed. They were extremely respectful to the man before them. "Who are you?" Niujing asked coldly. "After seeing my master, why haven't you kneeled down immediately and received orders from him?" Jiang Huishu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He laughed out of extreme anger. "Ha! You bunch of idiots. He was really crazy. I'm Jiang Huishu from the Red Moon City." "Oh? Red Moon City? The most powerful force in the eastern region." The man narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Then you must know a lot. Please tell me the entrance to the source of demonic qi. Don't tell me you don't know or I'll be angry." Jiang Huishu's heart trembled. Judging from the man's appearance, he was not even afraid of the Red Moon City. At any time in the past, announcing this name would at least cause the other party's expression to change slightly, but this time he didn't see it at all. "Humph, is the Red Moon City that great? In the eyes of us Sanctuary Realm experts, you're just like a subordinate. If Master has something to say, why don't you quickly answer?" A man beside the man was furious as he shouted. Jiang Huishu's heart suddenly trembled. He stared at the man and cried out, "You think you're a saint-level law enforcer? What are you doing?" This time he was really shocked. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He suddenly thought of something and said in horror, "A few days ago, there was news from the Red Moon City that a law enforcer of the Holy Region had disappeared in the Eastern region for no reason. Could it be you?" Jiang Huishu gasped and took several steps forward. He pointed at the man in the lead and said, "Who are you? It's obvious that these people's minds are not clear. You even dare to confuse the people of the Holy Region. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You can call me Dijia," the man said, smiling. His smile turned cold and he said, "You're full of nonsense. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm running out of patience. Take him down." He waved his hand. "Yes." The ancient martial art practitioners behind him responded in unison. In an instant, dozens of beams of light broke through the air and shot toward Jiang Huishu. Jiang Huishu sucked in a cold breath. Although these people were not strong, the situation in front of him was too strange, which made him shudder. Several rays of light lit up in his hand and turned into a circle of light in front of him. Then, it suddenly burst open. Boom! The dozens of martial artists were all shaken away, and many of them even vomited blood. However, they did not stop at all and continued to attack, not afraid of death. Jiang Huishu calmed down a little after he gained the upper hand. Since his deified soul was suppressed, he couldn't see the strength of his opponent clearly. He was a little afraid at first, but now he was full of confidence. He snorted and said, "Since your consciousness has been eroded, then living in this world is nothing more than a walking corpse. Living is also a kind of pain, so let me free you." A folding fan slowly formed in his hand and opened up in the air with a chi sound. There were all kinds of patterns drawn on it with black ink. With a fan, sand and stones flew, and the world changed colors. Snatching the Wuji fan, a powerful wind-type chi gushed out of the fan and instantly hit the martial artists. One by one, their bodies exploded and turned into clouds of blood mist. Then, they were fanned by the fan and completely disappeared from the world. Even the Saint Realm Martial Emperor was forced back by the force of the attack, spitting out blood. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have some ability. Judging from the force of this fan, you should be a 4-star martial sovereign, right?" Dijia said slowly, a sly smile on his face. "I really want to have a demon slave like you who is quite strong." Jiang Huishu snorted coldly. He grabbed his folding fan and placed it behind his back. He said disdainfully, "What evil spirit? It doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does it think that it's invincible after subduing a few dregs?" A sharp force shot out from his folding fan and swept across the area. Bang, 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 bang. The remaining few martial artists also exploded one by one and no longer existed. Only the Saint Realm Law Enforcer and the Sect Master of the Supreme Sect, Niujing, were left. Both of them were 1-star martial sovereigns, and their strength had increased greatly after they joined the devil. They were able to resist Jiang Huishu a few times, but it was obvious that they could not hold on any longer. The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood, but they still charged forward without fear of death. "Enough!" Dijia shouted softly, and his eyes revealed a cold light. He grabbed the Saint Realm Law Enforcer and Niujing's shoulders and pulled them back. His body suddenly enlarged, and his head turned into a huge black demon. He bit the two of them and swallowed them before they could even scream. "You actually eat people!" Jiang Huishu was greatly shocked and said while trembling. What made him shiver even more was that when the Sacred Enforcer and the Cow Scripture were swallowed by this man, they did not struggle at all. When they were swallowed, he could clearly see a strange smile on the Cow Scripture's face, as if it was a great honor to be eaten by this man. This discovery made him so terrified that he almost suffocated. The scene in front of him was too terrifying and too strange. After Dijia turned into a demon and devoured the two of them, he returned to his handsome appearance. He licked his lips and smiled evilly. Other than being able to do some simple work, demon slaves are originally used for eating. "You!" Jiang Huishu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. This man ate people so casually as if he was eating steamed buns, which made him have goosebumps all over his body and tremble. Dijia touched his belly and laughed. "I've digested it. I've replenished a lot of energy, but it's still too little." He seemed to be very dissatisfied, and his eyes fell on Jiang Huishu with a greedy look. "Evil demon, get lost!" Jiang Huishu was shocked. He was really frightened by Jiang Chen's strangeness. The Wuji fan in his hand suddenly stirred up a strong wind. The entire space became extremely distorted under his fan and collapsed toward the center. He himself turned into a beam of light and escaped with a wave of his fan. No matter how strong this person was, he was still touched and shuddered. He didn't want to fight with this person. Dijia was swept by the strong wind and his body became absent-minded. He gradually stabilized after the strong wind passed. His face darkened and he said to himself, "It's still too weak. I can't even withstand a blow from a 4-star martial emperor. I'll recuperate this demon slave for now. I'll eat it after I find my third body and improve my strength." Dijia looked in the direction of Jiang Huishu's escape and murmured, "I can't spread out my divine sense here, so I can only faintly sense something that seems to be in this direction." This person is from Red Moon City. Perhaps he really knows where the source of demonic chi is. Fortunately, I left a mark on him. Let's follow him and see. He immediately turned into a ray of demonic light and followed his mark. Jiang Huishu gradually stopped after running for a while. His eyes were still full of shock, and he couldn't come back to his senses. He was suddenly furious and said, "The people of the Blood God Palace are really useless. When did the burial land have such a character? No one actually informed me. After this matter, I'll definitely reprimand that blood god." After he stopped, he looked at his surroundings and frowned. The boneyard was really too big, and the place in front of him was very unfamiliar. Clearly, he had never been here before. After walking for a while, his body suddenly trembled. The scene in front of him gave him a big shock. In the mountain, a passage had been opened up, and the stairs led straight into the mountain. This by-in, Jiang Huishu was shocked. He had been in charge of the burial land for so many years, but he had never known that there was such a place. However, he was not a reckless person. He began to observe the surroundings and quickly came to a conclusion that the mountain had just split open. Could this be the place where the seal was opened? Jiang Huishu immediately thought of this possibility. He was overjoyed and flew up in a hurry. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Two people were sitting cross-legged quietly outside the main hall, as if they were guarding something. Who is it? They were Yuqi and Huayin. After being forced back by the zombie saber, they had been guarding the door of the hall, waiting for Yunxiao to appear. But half a month had passed and no one had come out. Gradually, the two lost their patience. Yuqi and Huayin were also on alert when they heard someone suddenly shout. They stared at Jiang Huishu, and the atmosphere became a little tense all of a sudden. "And who are you?" Yuqi coldly asked. Jiang Huishu frowned and said proudly, "Jiang Huishu of the Red Moon City." "The people of the Red Moon City?" The two of them were both shocked. Yuqi expression changed, and he snorted. "If you say you're from the Red Moon City, then you are? I can still say that I'm a saint." Jiang Huishu revealed a sneer. He had finally met two normal people. He would have been shocked when he heard the name of the Red Moon City, but a sense of superiority immediately welled up in his heart. He said coldly, "Could this place be the sealed land, and the seal was opened by you?" Yuqi was stunned. He didn't know what seal he was talking about. He had a bad feeling in his heart, thinking that he had been discovered after opening the hall. He immediately snorted coldly and said, "So what if I am? So what if I am not?" Jiang Huishu squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "It's all right. I'm not going to pursue the crime of you opening the seal. However, please hand over the item that is suppressing and sealing me." An item used to suppress and seal? Yuqi was stunned. He said with a dark face, "I don't know what you're talking about. We didn't get anything. Instead, we lost a few treasures." Jiang Huishu sneered and said, "Both of you look honest, but why are you so dishonest when you speak? This boneyard isn't up to you to play any tricks." Huayin also faintly felt that the atmosphere was a little off. She didn't want to provoke the Red Moon City for no reason, so she hurriedly said, "This place was accidentally opened by us. As for the sealed object you mentioned, we have never seen it before. Could it be a swan and eye? Are you talking about the living saber?" She asked in shock. "That thing is still inside, and it's because it's too powerful that we don't dare to go in. My lord, if you are interested, you can go in and try it. That blade is indeed a precious treasure." Jiang Huishu frowned and said, "A living saber? Ignorant. If you don't hand over the true dragon's secret treasure, I'll have to ask the two of you to come with me to the core area." Both of their expressions changed drastically. They had been in the boneyard for so many years, so they naturally knew what the so-called core area referred to. It was a forbidden zone clearly designated by the Red Moon City. It seemed that the person in front of them was really from the Red Moon City. Yuqi said, "The two of us didn't get anything. It's such an injustice to follow you. This one still has important matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you." After he finished speaking, he turned into a golden light and tried to escape. What kind of joke was this? If he were to go to the core area, then wouldn't his life and death be in the hands of others? He didn't want to have any relationship with the people of the Red Moon City. You want to leave without handing over the treasure? You're really treating the words of my Red Moon City as child's play. Jiang Huishu was furious. He opened the folding fan in his hand, and the space was immediately locked by a huge force. Then he waved it suddenly, and the sky and earth changed color. An unparalleled force blasted out. Yuchi Jin's light suddenly solidified in the air and revealed his true body. In his shock, he played with the long black snake whip, which was like a dragon crossing the sky and pressing down. Bang! When the huge force hit the black snake, it immediately shrank back as if it had been electrocuted. It turned into a whip and returned to its sealed state. Yuchi Jin was greatly shocked. With this attack, the difference in strength between the two was immediately determined. He had lost because his profound armament was too inferior. The other party's fan was obviously not an ordinary item, while his whip was like a penis, ugly and trashy. They were completely not on the same level. Huin's heart trembled. She also felt that the huge fan was extraordinary, so she hurriedly said, "My lord, it's true that we didn't obtain any treasures. Instead, we lost our best weapons. That's why we're guarding the entrance of the hall unwillingly. And there's someone inside. Maybe Ying Luo got something good." Jiang Huishu shook the huge fan in his hand and pressed Yuchi Jin down. He stumbled back to the front of the main hall and said coldly, "Do you think I'll believe your words? Unless you two come with me." The two of them were groaning in their hearts. They had not gained any benefits and had even lost their profound level weapons. Now, they were even involved in the matters of the Red Moon City. Even though they were martial sovereigns, they might just die at any moment. "If you don't believe us, we can go in with you," Huin said with a bitter smile. "With your ability, we can't escape." "That's right," Yuchi Jin hurriedly said. "If the two of us leave with you now, the person who obtained the treasure might escape." Jiang Huishu found that the two didn't seem to be lying, so he said suspiciously, "You said that the main character is still inside. Who is that person and how strong is he?" It was a matter of great importance to the seal. If the person inside had the ability to break the seal, he would really not dare to go in. Yuchi Jin's expression was a little strange. He said awkwardly, "He's so powerful. Maybe he's a low-level martial honor?" Jiang Huishu's face darkened. He flew into a rage and shouted, "Damn it! You dare to play me!" He lowered the Wuji fan in his hand, and the huge pressure in the sky suddenly fell down. He was too lazy to listen to the two people's explanation, and he also turned into a light and flew up. Boom! Yuchi Jin and Huin dodged at the same time in great shock. The place where they had been standing was instantly shattered. The huge force on the fan chased after the two like a ghost, and they could not avoid it. Huin's body was like a flame as she tried her best to resist the pressure of the fan. She hurriedly said, "Your Excellency, everything we said is true." Jiang Huishu wouldn't listen to her explanation. He didn't believe her at all. He sneered and said, "I've seen a lot of sneaky people like you. When I take you two down, you'll become honest." When Jiang Huishu heard that the person inside was a low-level martial venerable, he was sure that these two people were deliberately toying with him. How could he listen to their explanation? The power of the Wuji fan in his hand burst out and completely suppressed the two people in an instant. He had the upper hand. Yuchi Jin couldn't say anything and only felt extremely aggrieved. The more he fought, the angrier he became. He said angrily, "Huin, use your full strength. This person is too much of a bully. If we are captured by him and taken to the core area, can we still live?" The aura on his body suddenly burst to the peak. The black snake whip in his hand was stimulated to its peak state by him without considering the consequences. For a moment, thousands of whip shadows shrouded the sky, as if countless long snakes were crossing the sky and coming down one after another. Huin was also extremely depressed. If she defeated this person today and fled, it would obviously mean that she had formed a grudge with the Red Moon City. In the future, not to mention the burial ground, she would not even need to stay in the entire eastern region. However, if he allowed this person to grab him without distinguishing between right and wrong, and insisted that he had obtained some kind of treasure, he would probably die. He decided to choose the lesser of two evils. After he thought it through, he suddenly burst out. The flames on his body condensed into fire rings around him, stacking up to form various patterns. It was actually a fire-type attack formation that directly pushed back Jiang Huishu's power and suppressed it. Under the explosive power of the two, they instantly turned the tables and seemed to be able to turn defeat into victory. The two of them were on par with Jiang Huishu in terms of strength. However, they had lost because of their inferior profound-level weapons and the fact that they were wary of each other's identity. Hence, they had fought timidly. Now that they had started to fight, they gradually gained the upper hand. Jiang Huishu's expression changed drastically. It was only then that he realized that it was impossible for him to capture the two of them by himself. He suddenly shouted and let out a long howl that shook the 9 heavens. He wanted to activate the 9 in Haoyuan Fiend formation in the sky and ask for help from the blood god. Yuchi Jin's expression changed drastically. "He's looking for help," he shouted. "Kill him now." Yuchi Jin's eyes were bloodshot. Yuchi Jin was not a kind person. He had killed the blood god's junior brother in a fit of anger. Now that he had offended the Red Moon City, it would be more dangerous to let this man go back. In a fit of anger, he had the intention to kill. Once a person started to fight for his life, any kind of power could be unleashed. Jiang Huishu, who was already at a disadvantage, was in even more danger. His life was hanging by a thread. Under the influence of Yuchi Jin's emotions, the sound of fire also began to send out attacks to kill. The fire formation circles bombarded the opponent's Wuji fan, forcing Jiang Huishu to retreat. "Damn it! Why isn't the blood god here yet?" Jiang Huishu was extremely angry. He waved his fan to the extreme, but he still couldn't withstand the joint attack of the two. Every move he made, the other party took it head-on, consuming a considerable amount of primordial qi. One move was more difficult than the other, and finally he couldn't hold on. The qi and blood in his body rapidly withered, causing his internal organs to crack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was thrown far away like a kite. "Hey, assistant! I'm from the Red Moon City, you dare to kill me?" Jiang Huishu was at his wits' end in his desperation, so he could only bring up the Red Moon City again, hoping that it could save his life. A trace of struggle flashed in Yuchi Jin's eyes, but he finally made up his mind and said, "We don't want to start a feud with Red Moon City. You forced us to do this. You asked for your own death." Wait, Jiang Huishu said hurriedly. "You can leave now. We'll pretend that today's incident never happened. I, Jiang Huishu, swear that I won't hold a grudge and won't pursue what happened today. If you really kill me, you will die without a doubt. My life has always been in my own hands," Yuchi Jin said coldly. "You didn't squander it. It's too late to say anything now. Die!" The black snake in his hand suddenly struck out, aiming for the vital part of the other party. At the critical moment, a black shadow suddenly attacked and slammed into the black snake. The two forces collided and bounced off each other. The black shadow didn't disappear after being shaken off, but directly entered Jiang Huishu's body. Jiang Huishu had thought that someone had come to save him. He was overjoyed, but when he saw who it was, his heart sank into an abyss. It seemed to be even more terrifying than facing Yuchi Jin. He screamed in horror and struggled to get up, trying to escape. However, how could the two of them let him have his way? Huin shot out a fireball that hit his big calf, causing him to fall to the ground again. He struggled endlessly, and his entire body revealed an expression of extreme pain. His body began to turn black. "Who is it? Who are you?" Yuchi Jin looked at Di Jia, who was slowly walking over from the distance, and was extremely vigilant. He thought to himself that he was really unlucky today. He had encountered masters one after another. His eyes revealed killing intent again. The fact that he was going to kill the people of Red Moon City must not be spread, or he would really be dead. Don't be nervous. This person is my escaped slave. Thank you for taking him down." Di Jia smiled slowly, his eyes showing gratitude. Yuchi Jin frowned and snorted in disbelief, Humph. Slave? Who are you trying to lie to? How could a 4-star martial emperor with a 9th-tier mystic weapon be your slave? Quickly report your identity and I can spare your life. Dija chuckled. Humans always like to speak insincerely. The look in your eyes clearly tells me that you will kill me without a doubt. Why did you say that you will let me live? I can see the treachery in your eyes. You're looking for my weakness and planning to launch a sneak attack when I'm not prepared. Right? Yuchi Jin's heart trembled. His true thoughts had actually been seen through by the other party in an instant. A kind of naked shame and anger welled up in his heart. He said angrily, "So what? Even if you have amazing insight, you won't be able to escape death today." The long snake whip in his hand flickered again and suddenly attacked Dija without any reservation. A smile hung on Dijia's mouth as he slowly read, "The ignorant ants are suffering for themselves." His eyes were as clear as water, without a single ripple. However, when Yuchi Jin saw it, he panicked and shouted, "What nonsense is this? Black snake splitting clouds." The long black snake whip danced in the air, forming a spiral trajectory. It turned into a black gas, which suddenly enveloped Dijia's entire body and shook him down. Yuchi Jin's eyes burst out with a cold light. According to his judgment, as long as this move succeeded, the other party would die without a doubt. Boom! The long snake suddenly collided with a huge force, and just the rebound force almost made Yuchi Jin lose his grip on the long whip. The one who blocked Dijia's attack in front of him was Jiang Huishu. An evil look appeared in his eyes and he shouted angrily, seizing the Wuji fan. A fan of extreme yang shocks the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. With a wave of the huge fan, an extremely strong force exploded in the air like a chain of beads. Every burst of force shook out a faint demonic chi, and the sound spread all the way. How is this possible? Yuchi Jin was greatly shocked. He didn't have time to think carefully. The long whip in his hand danced in a few circles in front of him, forming a coiled snake defense. Humph! The light of a grain. A Xian earth split. Jiang Huishu shouted again. He changed the movement of the folding fan in his hand. He turned his hand and pressed down. The whole ground suddenly exploded. A terrifying power rushed out from the earth vein. Yuchi Jin could no longer resist it. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The long black snake whip in his hand was also toyed with to its limit. It exploded one by one, breaking into pieces and scattering on the ground. This Ing Luo Huayin looked at all of this in a daze. In just an instant, a man who was on the verge of death had suddenly exploded with such a powerful force. Not only did he not look like he was about to die, but he had even turned the tables and won easily. Jiang Huishu closed his folding fan and moved his hand over, pointing at Huayin. A sense of fear spread in Huayin's heart. Just that one finger had made her feel that it was difficult to resist. Wasn't the change before and after a little too big? Even the legendary divine medicine couldn't restore Jiang Huishu's power instantly. Moreover, it gave her a feeling that he was even stronger than before. "All right, stop," Dija chuckled. "Don't go too far. Don't hurt each other. You'll be on the same side soon." "Yes, Master." Jiang Huishu bowed respectfully and carefully retreated to Dija with a loyal look. "It's one of us." A bad feeling welled up in Huayin's heart. Yuchi Jin, who was seriously injured on the ground in the distance, also felt his heart sink. In his current state, he no longer had the ability to resist and choose his fate. He could only let himself be slaughtered. Dija laughed. "Don't you think it's strange? He was clearly about to die. How did he suddenly become so lively?" The two of them were filled with doubt and endless bitterness. Dija laughed. "That's because I gave him power. This power can not only make his fighting will and power infinite, but it can also improve the original foundation. He only has the strength of a 4-star martial emperor. After obtaining my power, he'll be able to reach the peak of 4-star or even 5-star very soon. This Tao Wu, how is this possible? You? Who are you?" Huayin was terrified. The advancement of any star above the martial supreme realm was more difficult than cultivating from a warrior to a martial supreme. Ordinary people thought that after entering the nine heavens realm, they could basically peep at the peak of martial arts. In fact, the difference was very far. Any tiny barrier was enough to make you unable to advance for the rest of your life. Therefore, it was difficult to understand the phenomenon of increasing one's strength by one star in an instant, as well as being able to have endless fighting spirit and power. Dijia's mouth showed a cold smile and he said, "You'll find out soon enough that it's all true. As for who I am, just call me Master like he did." His body suddenly disappeared and turned into a ball of demonic chi, pouncing toward Yuchi-jin. Yuchi-jin roared in horror and wanted to resist. After struggling a few times, he no longer made any sound. Although Huin could control fire, she felt cold all over. She screamed in horror and turned into a stream of fire to escape. However, she was knocked down by Jiang Huishu's fan, and she vomited blood. She no longer doubted Dijia's words. After the fight, she clearly felt that Jiang Huishu's strength was at least peak 4-star. She felt her vision go black and saw a black shadow pouncing towards her. In front of the steps leading to the hall in the mountain, 3 people stood side by side. All of them stood respectfully in front of Dijia, as humble as ants. "And these 3 demon slaves are quite strong and will be of great use here. I'll eat you after this matter is over." "Now," Dijia said lightly, "tell me everything you know." He raised his hand, and 3 black lines shot out from his fingertips, piercing into the brains of the 3 people. "Yes, it's our greatest honor to be able to become Master's food." Their faces were filled with incomparable happiness. They stood there with great honor, allowing Dijia to read all the memories in their minds. Time slowly passed, and after the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 3 black lines gradually disappeared. Dijia's expression became complicated, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He said to himself, "It turns out that the seal has not been completely broken. No wonder I could only feel a faint aura. It seems that I have to go to the place of the seal personally. God knows when these ants will break the seal. It will be troublesome if that avatar comes. It seems that my ancient god's battlefield is still in his hands." Then, he looked at the passage in front of him and said coldly, "It's actually this kid. The jade tablet in his hand gave me a familiar feeling, but I can't remember." He smacked his own head and revealed a pained expression. He said ferociously, "Damn clone, you've stolen too many memories. My memories are in a mess." It took him a long time to calm down, and he said fiercely, "I'll retrieve all my memories and power sooner or later. Just you wait." After he calmed down, Dijia returned to his calm look and said coldly, "We can't let that kid go. However, before I take care of him, there are still some ants that I have to take care of first." "Come out, ants," he said coldly to the void. "You've been watching for so long. Are you addicted?" The air was quiet, and there was no movement. "Humph. Still pretending." Dijia snorted coldly. A black light shot out from his hand and immediately disappeared in the air. The next moment it was shot out in the sky not far away. There was a fluctuation in the space, and 3 figures appeared with the black light. They all looked at him in shock. They were all from the Blood God Palace, and the one in the lead was the Blood God. "I've been hiding in the void for a long time," Dijia said coldly. "How long do you plan to watch?" The scion was shocked. "You! How did you see through me? Isn't the divine sense suppressed here?" "Master's abilities are too powerful for you to know." Jiang Huishu shouted angrily. "Blood God! How dare you? So you've been here for a long time, but you didn't come to my rescue when you saw I was in danger. You're so scheming and sinister." The Blood God's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He looked at Jiang Huishu and said coldly, "Lord Jiang, are you still alive? Is it your soul that's talking now? It's such a pity that the high and mighty figure of the Red Moon City has become someone else's slave. Haha." Jiang Huishu flew into a rage and shouted, "Of course I'm still me, even if you want to be a slave. It also depends on who you're working for. It's also a good thing that you didn't save me," he said with a cold smile. That's why I have the chance to become my master's slave. I'm so lucky. A chill ran down the scion's spine. What kind of sorcery was this? Their souls are still here, Dija said with a faint smile. They just realized my greatness and are willing to be my slaves. I can see that the three of you are quite strong, so I'll give you this opportunity as well. The scion of the blood god felt a chill run down his spine as he hurriedly said, "Forget it. I can't afford it. One of your three slaves was the enemy who killed my junior brother. But now that he has found his happiness, I am happy for him. Let's forget about the past and not pursue it." The other two people from Blood God Palace revealed a strange expression and were sweating profusely. In their opinion, the current situation of Yuchi Jin and the other two was worse than death. Killing them was equivalent to saving and freeing them. "You're welcome," Dija said with a smile. "You have the right to receive my glory. Take the three of them down. The more slaves I have, the better my appetite will be," he said, waving his hand. The three of them revealed happy expressions, as if it was an incomparable honor to be able to work for their master. The blood god's eyes became extremely serious. He was not afraid of the strength of these three people, but from the current situation, these three people did not lose their minds. They looked normal, but they were unconditionally obedient to Dija. If he could master this technique, then he could insert his people into any sect in the world, and it seemed that they would never betray him. At the thought of this, his heart suddenly burned with passion. He said in a serious tone, "Kill these three. I want that young man alive." The clone of Blood God also rushed into the battlefield. The sea of blood spread out and covered the three of them. The three of them were 4-star martial sovereigns, so he did not take them seriously. The other two martial sovereigns of Blood God Palace rushed toward Dija, trying to capture him alive. "Well, I'll grant you 2 glory first." Dijia's face was ferocious. He immediately showed his Dharma form with 3 heads and 6 arms and rushed toward the two. The monstrous demonic flame spread out and corroded the sea of blood, turning it into a sea of demonic chi. "What?" The 3 people from Blood God Palace were all shocked. Their blood sea was the dirtiest thing in the world and could corrode everything. However, it was directly corroded by the other party's power. The 3 of them couldn't react in time. "You dare attack Master? Blood God. You deserve to die." Jiang Huishu's voice was heard. He roared, "Damn it! One fan of extreme yang shocks the heavens. One fan of profound yin splits the earth. Break for me." Boom, boom, boom. 2 forces rushed out of the sea of blood. The remaining sea of blood completely dissipated under the 2 hurricanes. Jiang Huishu spread his huge fan and attacked the blood god. Motionless Saber King. Yellow Springs Hell Fire. Yuchi Jin's palms turned into blades and the sound of fire turned into flames. 2 powerful forces surged out from the demonic chi and blasted towards the blood god. How can he be so strong? The blood god was shocked. He was originally a 6-star martial emperor. These 3 people were just like ants in his eyes. He could kill them in seconds. However, as soon as his blood sea was broken, the other party's demonic chi surged. In addition, the strength of these 3 people had increased greatly after they were possessed by the devil. Jiang Huishu had also broken through to the level of a 5-star martial emperor. The power of the Wuji fan that he had seized was also more powerful. Under the bombardment of the 3 forces, he was forced to retreat. The other 2 low-level martial sovereigns were struggling to hold on under Dijia's Dharma power. Blood God's eyes flickered with surprise. When he saw the 2 men gradually being invaded by the demonic energy, his heart was filled with horror, and an endless hatred for Yunxiao welled up in his heart. If his blood beasts were here, he would have killed all of them. "You guys are lucky this time. Let's go." The blood god held a blood bead in each hand and threw it at Dijia's Dharma power. A sea of blood suddenly exploded. It was condensed by his blood essence. Even a 6-star martial emperor would not dare to take it head-on. Humph! Small tricks. One of Dijia's heads suddenly turned into a huge demon head. It opened its big mouth and swallowed the 2 blood beads directly. After that, there was no more after effect. This Tao Wu, the scion of the blood god, was completely stunned. He looked at his two subordinates, who could not hold on much longer, and Jiang Huishu and the other two, who were charging at him. He made up his mind and turned into a ray of blood light to escape. "Don't! Just us!" The two men from the Blood God Palace wailed in horror. At this moment, all the potential in their bodies was unleashed. They burned their blood essence and revealed a ruthless expression. "Instead of becoming slaves, why don't we fight with our lives on the line?" Dijia sneered. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and the power in his body began to fade rapidly. The demonic chi in the sky also gathered. Boom! The two martial sovereigns of the Blood God Palace burned their blood essence and made a shocking blow. They broke through the restraint of Dijia's demonic chi and turned into two rays of blood light to escape. They would need at least 3 to 5 years to recover from this desperate attempt. "What? We actually let them escape?" Jiang Huishu was shocked and furious. "This group of ignorant ants. Master has given them supreme glory. Not only are they ungrateful, but they're also disrespectful to our master. Kill, kill, kill." Dijia's face instantly became a little ferocious, and he said fiercely, "You detestable clone, are you also plotting against me from behind? This feeling seems to be very close to me. You won't let go of this third body either. Just in time. I can take you all in together and return my ancient god's battlefield." He no longer paid attention to the people from Blood God Palace who had escaped. Instead, his gaze landed on the main hall and he said coldly, "Living 9th tier profound armament, after I subdue you, you can temporarily be my saber." Dijia's body exuded demonic flames, which wrapped around the three of them. He turned into a black light and rushed into the hall. In the endless cave, the divine realm tablet was floating in the air quietly, with flowing light flashing on it. No one knew how many days had passed. The originally endless spring water had already dried up, revealing a deep pit in the ground. The spiritual chi had also gradually dispersed with the disappearance of the spring water, turning the place into a place of death. Inside the divine realm tablet, Yunxiao, who had been in a state of oblivion, finally opened his eyes slowly. He felt that the world was clear, and the power of laws in the entire divine realm tablet had undergone a great change, flashing in his mind one by one. The change in the law was a kind of complement that was approaching perfection. The 4 regions of earth, water, fire, and wind were fully opened, and the complete power of the world emerged. It was only at this moment that the inner world of the divine realm tablet could truly be called a complete world. He slowly immersed himself in the wonderful changes of those laws, attentively experiencing the feeling of the creation of the world and the birth of the great Tao. He was like a parent body, which was the world itself, nurturing the growth of all living things and gradually evolving under his consciousness. This was the deduction of the heavenly Tao in the world inside the tablet. Every rule was born from the heavenly Tao, which was then imprinted into Yunxiao's divine sense. At this moment, he was one with the divine realm tablet. At the beginning of the world, chaos was created from nothing. Tao was the origin of the rules of all living things. As the world moved forward, all kinds of rules were born under Tao, forming the order of the world. Laws were born from Tao and were the framework of the world. After that, all living things multiplied and created an orderly and wonderful great world. Yunxiao sensed the evolution of the process. His martial will and Tao heart had undergone an unprecedented change. At that moment, the divine realm tablet was gradually integrated with him, and his control over the tablet had reached a new level. In the process of the world's evolution, he was shocked to see the power of the rules condense into golden tadpole-like characters. From the birth of the Tao to the end of the evolution, the characters condensed from all the rules were finally combined together to form the great realm divine technique. So these characters were originally condensed from laws. No wonder each one of them represents a certain amount of power of laws. Yunxiao's eyes were filled with shock as he said to himself, "The power of the laws of heaven and earth can only be comprehended through supreme wisdom, but the ancient Almighty was actually able to record it through words. What kind of magical ability is this? And to use these recorded laws to create one's own world, this must be a method that only a god can use. Although this realm was almost inaudible, the many miracles that had been passed down on the continent all indicated that this realm had indeed existed. Xianxia came back to his senses and looked down at the water territory. The skeleton had disappeared, and a bright divine saber stood on the ground like a tombstone of the skeleton, as if it was telling the story of the endless years. The demonic dragon also recovered from the shock and muttered to himself, "Is he dead?" "He's dead," Xianxia sighed and said. "He and it are both dead." This pair of companions who had accompanied each other for who knew how many years were finally free. The skeleton had opened up the water territory for Xianxia, and his wish had finally come true, allowing him to sleep forever. As for the corpse puppet saber, after its master left, it finally lost all signs of life and returned to its original form, quietly stabbing into the ground. "I didn't expect this to be the result," the demonic dragon sighed. "An expert of his generation is buried here." Xianxia sighed and said miserably, "Even if you're able to cover your entire life, you can't escape the passage of time. Time is the greatest heavenly Tao." He suddenly grabbed at the air, and the corpse puppet saber on the ground suddenly flew up and turned into a ray of light that fell into his hand. The cold light shone, and a few distinct boys were engraved on the blade. 1,000 autumns saber. One blade for 1,000 autumns. "It doesn't sound good to keep calling you Zombie Saber," Xianxia said softly. "No one knows your former name with the passing of your original master and your own life. From today on, you shall be called 1,000-Year Tyrannical Saber." He could feel the power of the weapon's essence from the saber. It was even stronger than his Northern Heaven Cold Star Sword and was on the same level as the Dynasty Bell. After putting away the 1,000-Year Tyrannical Saber, Xianxia flew out of the Divine Realm tablet and put it back into his body. Suddenly, a strange look appeared on his face, and he said with a wry smile, "I was only focused on comprehending the heaven and earth. I didn't expect my cultivation to improve so much." At this moment, he had just realized that he had unknowingly crossed 2 levels and rushed to the level of a 3-stars Marshal Supreme. However, although he was happy about the increase in his cultivation, he was not too excited. He looked down at the dried-up pond and landed in it, frowning. The bottom of the pool was indeed in the form of a seal. With the loss of the true dragon's tear, it had already been broken. Xianxia's eyes fell on a piece of metal sheet in the pool. His pupils shrank as he clenched his claw and grabbed it. The moment the metal sheet flew into his hand, his palm emitted golden beams of light and sent it flying into the air. Xianxia looked at his palm. A wisp of fiend energy had been purified by the power of his body. The metal piece in the air trembled and hummed in the air. It constantly emitted devilish chi and formed a strange pattern in the air. Xianxia's heart jolted as he looked over. It was a cultivation technique written in the common language of the continent, called True Fiend Dharma Idol. This swan and eye is a demonic technique. Xianxia was taken aback. The cultivation technique that kept manifesting on the piece of iron was the divine ability of the devil. A great devil, who looked similar to Dijia, was demonstrating the divine ability of the true fiend Dharma idol in the manifestation of the devil chi. And in the end, it turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed figure with unparalleled power. The entire demonstration took less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The patterns then slowly faded and dissipated in the air. The iron sheet also fell back into Xianxia's hand, becoming ordinary and intact. Xianxia frowned as he kept thinking about the cultivation of the true fiend Dharma idol. He shook his head with a wry smile. The 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma power was indeed extremely powerful, but this kind of cultivation technique required demonic chi as the premise to cultivate the Dharma power. Otherwise, it was all empty talk. Ordinary humans could not be infected by the demonic chi at all, or they would lose their consciousness and become demonic. He sighed and kept the metal piece. He turned into a ray of light and rushed out. There was not a single drop of water in the tunnel. He flew forward quickly and arrived at the place where the Starlight Soul body was destroyed. He walked up. The entire cave was man-made and was hundreds of meters wide. However, no one could be seen, making it seem empty. This was also a place that could possibly be hidden and sealed by the Red Moon City. Although they couldn't find it, they weren't too far away. Yunxiao's starlight soul body had been destroyed by someone when it came to this place. It's you? As expected, he didn't die. A cold and angry voice rang out. Two martial artists had appeared in front of him without him knowing, frowning deeply. I'm very curious. One of them said, Where are you hiding? How did you manage to break through the blockade? Or did you come from a secret passage in this cave? These two were the ones who had destroyed his starlight soul body. Yunxiao's face immediately darkened as he said in a cold voice, These things are not important to you anymore. He suddenly raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Although they were in a cave, a gust of wind suddenly surged out for no reason, making people feel a chill. Wind and cloud palm. The great wind cloud palm was unleashed and directly enveloped the two of them. Before they could even make a sound, their sternum and internal organs were completely shattered. They were sent crashing into the wall and were embedded in it, unable to fall. Yunxiao had already controlled his strength very well. Both of them only had the cultivation base of 1-star Martial Supreme. If he accidentally killed them, he would not be able to get any information from them. How many seals of the burial land have been broken? Where is the unbreakable seal now? He went straight to the point and interrogated her. No, I don't know. One of them was on the verge of death, but he still stared at him with hatred and fear in his eyes. He said angrily, Our Xuanji is from the Xuanji sanctuary. You Xuanji, long-winded. You've killed my starlight soul body. Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. There's no way you can live. His eyes suddenly turned into blood moons, and a demonic power spread out, directly intimidating the two. They immediately used the soul-searching technique. The soul-searching technique had extremely strict requirements on one's body, or else it would easily cause a backlash. However, the two people in front of him were too noob and could not pose any threat to him at all. Soon, their memories were searched clean by Yunxiao, and they collapsed to the ground and died. I can't believe I've already broken 4 seals, Yunxiao said to himself, including the one where I took the eye of the true dragon. Only 2 of the 7 seals are left. It's dangerous. He began to hesitate. From the information he had obtained from the memories of the two, the people of the Holy Region and the Sea of Soul Formation clearly did not know that a great demon was sealed inside. They thought it was a secret left behind from ancient times to become a deity, so they were very enthusiastic. This won't do. I must tell the person in charge of this place that they can't open another seal. Otherwise, once the demonic body appears, the continent will be in danger. He thought of what the skeleton had said, that only a holy weapon could suppress the demonic body, which showed how terrifying the great demon was, and how many people in the world had and could use the power of a holy weapon. Yunxiao suddenly thought of Shang and Yifan. In the current heavenly martial realm, he and these two were probably the only ones who could use holy artifacts. He suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The cave was very wide and deep, and there were a large number of martial artists guarding outside. The moment he went out, he immediately alarmed everyone. Who are you? Quickly stop. I told you to stop. Did you hear me? Damn it. Stop this person. After a few angry shouts, dozens of light beams shot up into the sky and hit him. The most terrifying one was the Emperor Qi, which directly blocked his way and forced him to stop. Dozens of light rays flew into the air and surrounded him all at once. The martial emperor glared at him and said coldly, Where did this rat come from? Don't you know that this is the core of the boneyard and that you'll definitely die if you barge in? Yunxiao smiled wryly and said, I can't explain it to you in such a short time. The person in charge here is Xianxia, right? I want to see him. It's urgent. The martial sovereign's face darkened, and he said coldly, Any Tom, Dick, or Harry would want to see Lord Suyu. Since you can't explain it clearly, just surrender and we'll talk about it later. I knew it. Yunxiao sighed. I can't explain it at all. In that case, let's fight. Without saying a word, he quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. A square 4-pole heaven and earth seal was formed around him. With a loud shout, he threw it at the martial sovereign. The martial artists from all 4 sides revealed shocked and solemn expressions. Previously, looking at this person's age, They thought that he was at most a martial honor. They didn't expect that the power of a single attack was so strong. Humph, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You really have some skills. The martial emperor was taken aback for a moment. But then he sneered and clenched his fist into a seal. He threw out a punch, which immediately shattered the sky and disintegrated Xianxia's four-pole seal. The force of the punch was not reduced at all, and it directly shattered Xianxia's body. Eh? What? The martial emperor was taken aback, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. What had broken was only an afterimage, and Xianxia's real body had turned into a thunderbolt and fled right before his eyes. Humph, you want to escape? Too childish. The martial emperor's shocked expression suddenly turned into a sneer. He made a hand seal with one hand. An array of green light immediately appeared in the sky, covering the entire area. A few breaths later, Xianxia's figure appeared in front of him again, staring at him coldly. The martial emperor laughed. Haha, the core area isn't a place that you can come and go as you please. This is an important place in the core area, and there are array weapons set up around it. Even a fly can't enter and leave as it pleases. He suddenly frowned, as if he had thought of something. He said in horror, "By the way, how did you get in?" After hearing that, Xianxia did not bother to pay attention to the man. He just looked around with a frown and muttered to himself, "This is troublesome. If we break the formation by force, it will cause too much of a commotion. We will definitely attract the people of the Blood God Palace." He then looked at the surrounding cultivators, and everyone became even more vigilant, afraid that he would escape again, and could not help but smile bitterly. When the martial emperor saw Xianxia looking down on him, he was furious and said angrily, "Break the formation and escape. You must be delusional." He stretched out his hand and formed a dazzling golden claw in the air, trying to slap Xianxia into the ground. "So annoying. Let's go." Xianxia cried out as a saber beam condensed in his hand and turned into the 1,000-year tyrannical saber, which he then slashed at the golden claw. "It feels good. Show me your power." After the 1,000-year tyrannical saber lost its life, Xianxia could not bring out its full power by himself. The blade sucked up all the energy in his body, then rose into the air and cut into the golden claw, breaking all the power condensed by the Emperor Qi. Boom, boom, boom. Although the martial sovereign did not use his full strength, he had destroyed it with a single slash. Everyone's eyes widened and they were stunned. What kind of blade is this swan and eye? The martial supreme's eyes twitched in shock. He was so excited that he said, "It's actually a 9th-tier profound armament. Haha, I've hit the jackpot today. I actually managed to obtain a 9th-tier profound armament." The people around him were also shocked, staring at the saber in Xianxia's hand with burning eyes, their faces full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Xianxia's face turned pale. He had very poor control over the saber, and it would be completely drained if he was not careful. Even his flight was a little unstable. He hurriedly swallowed a large number of medicinal pills, and only then did his face look better. Then he put the saber away, not daring to use it again. The martial sovereign laughed coldly and said, "You think you'll be fine if you hide? Just hand it over obediently." In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia and grabbed at his throat. A golden light emerged in his hand as he suppressed his emperor aura, completely locking Xianxia in place. The heavenly eye on Xianxia's forehead suddenly opened, and the thunder of tribulation was formed and shot toward his opponent's hand. The martial sovereign was shocked. He immediately felt that the power of the thunderbolt was extraordinary. He raised his 5 fingers and grabbed down, directly grabbing the power of the heavenly tribulation. It exploded in his hand and shook in all directions. Xianxia took the opportunity to retreat dozens of meters and gave him a cold look. It was still a little difficult for him to fight against a martial emperor. Just as he was about to release young Emperor Hao Lian to end the battle, a familiar voice suddenly entered his ears, causing him to tremble. "Io, it's been a long time since we last met. Your strength has improved a lot. TSK, the more I look at this body, the more I like it." Xianxia was taken aback and suddenly became alert. He saw a few more people suddenly appear in the field. Except for Jiang Huishu, he did not know Yuchi Jin and Huayin, who had just parted ways, and Di Jia, who he had seen both on Mount Meru and in the outer space, was an old acquaintance. "Who are you?" The martial sovereign was shocked. His eyes fell on Jiang Huishu, and he hurried forward to bow. "It's Lord Jiang Huishu. Why didn't you tell me in advance that you've come to the 7th region?" Jiang Huishu glanced at him and said, "It's okay, you can step aside. Now everything here is in Lord Di Jia's hands." The martial sovereign was stunned. He looked at Di Jia, who looked very unfamiliar, but he felt strange. A chill ran down his spine, and he said hurriedly, "Yes." She retreated to the side obediently, but her face did not look too good. She was still thinking about Yunxiao's treasured saber. "What?" Di Jia smiled. "Don't you recognize me?" Yunxiao was full of vigilance. He had learned from the skeleton that the demon was not simple. "Are you the one in Mount Meru or the one in the outer space?" Di Jia snorted coldly and said, "That one? You're very disrespectful to me. That clone was actually suppressed in the outer realm starry sky. Thank you for cultivating my body to such a good state. You can return it to me now." With a cold look in his eyes, he sized up Yunxiao's body, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Yunxiao's hair stood on end under his gaze. "I'll recommend someone to you. His name is the Tyrant Martial Sovereign, Ao Changkong. His body is indestructible. I think you'll like him very much." Di Jia raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh? I've seen this person in many people's memories. He's the head of the top 10 martial emperors, right? It can be used as a high-grade spare tire. Yours can be used as a temporary spare tire. I know that you're a difficult person to deal with, but do you still plan to run away in this situation?" He sneered. "Of course." Yunxiao chuckled. "Even an ant has to struggle at the last minute." His expression gradually turned serious as he said, "However, I'm very interested in your affairs. This boneyard should be suppressing your other clone, right? Are you planning to release him? Then, you demons will merge into one or something." The warriors in the 7th ward listened to the conversation between the two and felt that they were getting more and more confused. They only felt that it was inexplicably strange, but they did not say anything and just endured and listened. Moreover, Lord Jiang Huishu of the Red Moon City was also here. Even if the sky collapsed, they would be there to hold it up. Di Jia's eyes narrowed and flashed with a cold light. He said coldly, "You seem to know a lot about me. You can say that I have to absorb them all to complete my body and recover my previous peak strength and all my memories." He snorted coldly. "What else do you want to ask? Just say it. As the first body I've used since I returned to the continent, you can receive this honor." After thinking for a while, Yunxiao said, "How many clones do you have in total? Where are they suppressed?" Di Jia's eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. "These two questions are exactly what I want to know. Those people were too bored back then. They actually thought of splitting me up and suppressing me. After I obtain your body, I'll search for the answer." Yunxiao's lips moved, and he wanted to ask more. However, Di Jia seemed to have lost his patience. His face gradually became cold, and he waved his hand. "Enough. The honor ends here. It's time for you to be honored. Let's go," he said, his lips moving slightly. Jiang Huishu suddenly shouted, "Attack! But you can't destroy his physical body." He, Yuchi Jin, and Huayin took the lead and rushed out, surrounding Yunxiao in a corner. A monstrous aura rose from their bodies, and an amazing pressure came down. Yunxiao frowned. He immediately discovered that the aura of these three people was not pure Emperor Qi of the 9th heaven, but also demonic flame. He was shocked to know that they had been demonized. He suddenly took out the Divine Realm tablet. The space outside the tablet flashed, and Emo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian immediately appeared. He also released the gourd little King Kong, who had already been repaired. The calabash little King Kong had the characteristics of a stone head. As long as its heart did not die, it could recover infinitely. However, after its body became a 9th-tier material, the speed of recovery became extremely slow. "What? A saint artifact. Dijia's pupils shrank and he said with a cold face, "This thing is actually a saint artifact. No wonder I have a familiar feeling. I don't know which clone took this part of the memory. Damn it." All the warriors in Division 7 were shocked by the scene in front of them. A person was released out of thin air. According to Dijia, could this jade tablet be a supreme-grade profound-level weapon? Everyone's brain froze, and they could not think for a moment. "Let's go," the martial emperor suddenly shouted. "Let's help Lord Jiang and Lord Dijia to take this man down." He believed that Dijia's status must be extremely high, and he wanted to earn a chance to show his face. The other warriors, under his orders, also spread out and formed a formation like an inescapable net. No one could escape. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a deep voice, "Leave these three to me. I'll leave the minions outside to you." "Humph." Young Emperor Haolian snorted. "You're always the one beating me up. Although I only have a strength of 2 stars now, with my infinite fist intent, it's not a problem for me to challenge someone with 7 or 8 stars. Mo Xiaochuan sneered. "All right then. Save your fists for Ao Chongkong in the future. I'll have to trouble you to beat up the small fries here." Seeing that Xiaohuang Haolian was going to talk more, he said angrily, "Shut up, go." After he finished speaking, he made the first move. His right arm turned into sword chi and slashed at Jiang Huishu's head. Although his divine sense was suppressed, his martial arts intuition still allowed him to find the most powerful person the moment he came. Jiang Huishu's face was full of hostility. The Wuji fan flew out of his hand and opened in an instant, blocking in front of him. Bang! Mo Xiaochuan's right hand transformed into a sword, and with a single slash, an extremely powerful spiritual pressure burst forth. It spread in all directions, and the sky instantly became oppressive. Evenly matched. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. His initial intention to end the battle quickly disappeared. The heaven-destroying devil-rinsing sword gradually materialized in his hand, emitting an extremely powerful weapon intent that swept away all the devils. Dijia's pupils shrank as he stared at Mo Xiaochuan's sword. A violent aura gradually rose from his body. The sword had an aura that made him extremely uncomfortable. It was Kuan Mo's vast and mighty chi of heaven and earth. As soon as the sword appeared, Jiang Huishu and the other two were shocked at the same time. They couldn't help but take a step back. The righteous chi on the sword also suppressed their devil chi, making them extremely irritable and violent. It was true that chatting could ruin a person's life. He was chatting with a girl while writing, and it was already so late. In the past 2 months, the data integration on Tencent's platform will not affect your reading. Although the people in the technology department are all from Lanxiang Technical School and may have various problems, it will not affect your reading in general. "Seize this sword," Dijia ordered coldly and made a seal with one hand in front of him. The demonic aura on his body gradually rose, and the sky became more oppressive. All the martial artists felt unbearable and looked at him in horror. Only Jiang Huishu and the other two seemed to have been injected with energy. Their momentum rushed up and they bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly. His face was as calm as water as waves of weapon essence emanated from his sword and surrounded his body, forming a barrier that isolated the demonic chi from entering. He shouted. A group of rascals turned into dust under the sword. 1,000 feet noble art. The cold wind blows the snow and reflects the lonely city. The vast evil extermination sword chi vibrated out from the treasured sword, and snowflakes actually fell in the sky full of demonic chi. The cold light reflected on the snow, casting a desolate shadow, like an ancient city isolated in the cold wind and snow. An ocean of sword chi spread out from the sky-killing devil-rinsing sword and enveloped Jiang Huishu and the other two in an instant. Countless snowflakes turned into biting cold sword chi and strangled them with a loud clang. Jiang Huishu and the other two were shocked. They suddenly burst out with amazing power, but the sea of sword chi pressed over and immediately shocked the three of them. Under the strangulation of the sea of sword chi, he tried his best to resist, but he still fell into danger and was too busy to respond. Jiang Huishu's Wuji fan was also a 9th-tier profound artifact, so he could still deal with it calmly. However, Yuchi Jin and Huayin were not so lucky. The sword chi entered their bodies one after another, and their bodies began to be slashed continuously. This sword really has a strong suppressing effect on my demonic chi. Dijia's eyes were filled with killing intent. It's actually feeding the sword with its own body. It's using its own body as a scabbard to nourish the sword. No wonder it can exert such a powerful sword power. He instantly turned into a black light and rushed into the sea of swords. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said, "Dijia, you're bent on taking over my body. You really think I'm easy to bully? Since I can release you, I can also suppress you back." He moved in an instant and moved into the sea of swords, blocking in front of Dijia, and struck down with a wind and cloud palm. "Ha! You're looking for death." "Ha-ha." Dijia laughed. "Since you can't wait to give me your body, I'll take it." A fist shadow condensed out of the black gas and smashed down as well, but it was shattered by Yunxiao's great wind and cloud palm. The black gas did not reduce in size, but spread toward Yunxiao and continued to seep into his body. Yunxiao's body began to turn black, and patterns began to emerge on it. "Young Master Yun." Young Emperor Haolian was shocked. He turned into a golden light and rushed over. He threw a shocking punch at Dijia. The demonic chi that filled the sky was distorted at this moment and was actually sucked into the fist-intent space. Suppressed. Dijia frowned and said, "Immortal fist intent? Why are they all so troublesome?" He formed a seal with his hands, and a barrier condensed around his body, blocking the collapsing fist-intent space. Haolian Xiaohuang's punch seemed to have hit an iron block, and it could no longer advance. "Get out of the way, Xiaohuang," Yunxiao suddenly said. After the demonic chi entered his body, not only did black demonic patterns appear on his body, but he also underwent a demonic transformation after merging with the demonic dragon. Dragon scales grew on his body, and his 3 eyes opened at the same time. They were blood-red and formed a strange formation. A powerful spiritual energy spread out from his mind. "Eye technique, Dark Night." As soon as Yunxiao gave the order, the entire space trembled, as if thousands of birds were chirping in their ears. A great pain drilled into everyone's mind, as if someone had stabbed them in the head. The warriors around them held their heads and howled. This was just the aftermath of his spiritual attack. The strange form of the 3 eyes formed a round golden array in front of him. Just one look at it made him feel a piercing pain as if his head was being cut open. The strongest attack of this golden array converged into a line and broke through the power of Dijia's wizardry barrier. It shook his body like waves, and his face turned pale. Young Emperor Haolian had flown away the moment Yunxiao shouted, but he was already holding his breath and warily resisting the aftermath of the mental attack. Gu Feiyang's eye sorcery was unparalleled in the world, and he was the best in spiritual attacks. He naturally knew how terrifying it was. Bang! The power of the enchantment around Dijia suddenly disintegrated at this moment, like glass breaking. The black demonic chi poured into his body, and he took a few steps back in the air, his face full of anger and shock. At this moment, the power of Mo Xiaochuan's sword had reached its limit, and he could no longer hold on. Looking at the 3 people who were about to be killed in the sea of sword chi, he sighed in his heart and said, "What a pity!" The sky-killing, devil-rinsing sword was retracted. The sea of sword chi disappeared and the snowflakes disappeared. Everything was clear again. Jiang Huishu and the other 2 were all seriously injured, but they were still in high spirits. Their eyes were filled with determination to fight to the death. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, but they didn't rush forward. They seemed to be waiting for Dijia's further orders. After Mo Xiaochuan's attack, his elemental energy instantly dropped to its lowest point. He suddenly swallowed some pills and was on full alert. All the warriors around them turned pale, and cold sweat poured down their faces like rain. Yunxiao's spiritual attack had almost made them collapse, and when they thought of how they had surrounded this man earlier, they felt even more afraid and chilled. After the attack, Yunxiao closed all 3 eyes at the same time, and his face was paler than anyone else's. He had consumed too much energy just now. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had returned to normal, but there was a tear in each of his eyes, shining with a crystal-clear light. Dijia's pupils trembled as he stared at Xianxiao's open eyes and asked in surprise, "Dragon's tears?" Xianxiao nodded. "Yes, it is the tear of a true dragon. Can't be better to moisten my eyes. Dijia, I advise you to give up on any ideas against me, or you'll really be finished." "Humph. Do you really think you've won just because of that one move?" Dijia said coldly. "It's a pity that your body was already mine the moment the demonic chi entered your body. Don't tell me you haven't noticed that you're much stronger than before." He revealed a sinister smile as his hands formed a seal and spat out a strange symbol. He shouted, "Don't!" The entire sky was quiet, without a single sound. The sound of the wind could be heard. Dijia frowned, and there was a look of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Xianxiao and found that he had indeed been demonized, so he said, "Still not coming over to pay respects to me?" Everyone's heart trembled as they looked at Xianxiao in horror. Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang's hearts were in their throats, and their eyes gradually widened as they grew extremely nervous. "Pay respects." The corners of Xiao's mouth curved up as he said with a smile, "Are you out of your mind?" "What?" Dijia's body trembled. You have indeed been demonized," he said in horror. "How is this possible? I could clearly sense the demonic chi in that eye technique. Dark night. Why wasn't it under my control?" Xiao's eyes flickered with mockery as he chuckled and said, "This isn't the first time I've been demonized. This level of demonization still can't obliterate my consciousness." His voice suddenly turned cold as he said indifferently, "It's precisely because being demonized can increase my strength that I allowed your demonic chi to enter my body. Otherwise, do you think your laughable demonic chi could invade my body?" With a sneer on his face, the black demonic patterns on Xiao's body receded one by one, and finally disappeared under Dijia's shocked gaze. Dijia's face became extremely serious, and he said coldly, "You can actually control demonization? I really can't let you live. Don't show your fangs and brandish your claws." Xiao sneered. "You can't make me stay." The two of them were fighting and assisting each other. The battle started at once, and everyone became nervous again. In particular, the martial emperor from Division 7 had long turned pale. He could also tell that Dijia was not a good person. Zhang Huishu seemed to be controlled, so he retreated far away from the battle circle and watched quietly. After a brief shock, Dijia immediately returned to normal and sneered, "You think too highly of yourself. In front of me, any outstanding genius is just an ant." The demonic chi on his body surged again. He just stood there quietly, but Zhang Huishu and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. They held their heads in pain, and their bodies began to change rapidly. They gradually swelled up and turned into monsters. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws in the air, and their strength was greatly improved again. Only Huiyin's body didn't change even though she was wailing in pain. A layer of pale yellow flames gradually emerged on her body, protecting her from turning into a demon. "Oh? He even has a mutated flame seed on him." Dijia was surprised. "It's fine. Slaves are useless after they are completely demonized. It's good to keep one with me." He tapped his finger lightly, and Huiyin received the order. She quickly retreated behind Dijia and was finally freed from the pain. Xiao's face flickered. He found that not only were Zhang Huishu and Yuqi Jin completely demonized, but even the warriors who were watching from a distance had begun to mutate. It turned out that Dijia had secretly invaded these people's bodies with demonic energy from the beginning, and even the martial sovereign in charge was no exception. For a moment, the sky was filled with mutated demons. "We've really gone too far this time, haha." Young Emperor Haolian laughed out loud in shock. "Xiaochuan, how are we going to split this? Give me these demonized martial emperors and you can have the rest," Mo Xiaochuan said coldly. "Humph." Young Emperor Haolian snorted. "Don't think that I can't tell that you're no longer capable. If you still had any strength left in that strike, you wouldn't have let those three people live." Mo Xiaochuan's expression changed slightly. He brandished his sword, and his aura began to rise. I don't need you to worry about me. Please mind your own business. Humph, so arrogant? Young Emperor Hao Lian snorted. Just wait and see how I'll save you. He raised his lips slightly, but the solemnness in his eyes became deeper and deeper, and he was on full alert. Yunxiao's face was solemn, and his body was gradually emitting a cold aura. You really want to go big? Aren't you afraid that you'll cause too much of a commotion and attract experts from all over the world to come and kill you? Dijia sneered disdainfully. Kill me? You're too naive. Moreover, there's a barrier formation here, so even if we flip the sky, the people outside might not be able to sense it. You're so confident? Yunxiao smiled. Are you? Dijia returned a sneer and said proudly. Of course. Even if you had a saint weapon, it wouldn't be able to save you. Yunxiao smiled and stopped talking to him. Instead, he pointed out a finger, and a stream of cold air flowed out, gradually condensing into two long swords in front of him. Old Gao, you've worked hard. As soon as the two northern heaven frigid star swords were unsheathed, the sky instantly turned dark. Dark clouds began to surge, and the color of the sky changed. Dijia was stunned, and then his face became a little serious. He said in a deep voice, Lightning Tribulation? It's the thunder tribulation of a 9th-tier mystic artifact, Yunxiao said with a smile. Do you think all the warriors in the boneyard will be alarmed when two bolts come down at the same time? Dijia's face was filled with anger as he shouted, All of you, go and tear them apart. The demons in the surroundings bared their fangs and brandished their claws, making terrifying sounds from their throats. They turned into black lights and rushed forward. For a moment, black shadows filled the sky, and the sun and moon dimmed. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and was about to draw his sword when Yunxiao said indifferently, You rest for a while. I'll take care of these minions. The divine realm tablet flew out from between his eyebrows and emitted thousands of rainbow lights in the sky. The power of 4 territories was fully released, and the power of earth, water, fire, and wind suddenly emerged. The power of an independent realm began to surge out of the divine realm tablet and spread in all directions, trying to devour all the demons. Black light flashed all over the sky, and the demons that had rushed up first were all sucked into the divine realm tablet, leaving nothing behind. Dijia's face changed and he said in horror, The power of the world! With your weak cultivation, you can actually drive the power of the world. Yunxiao stared at him coldly and mocked, Dijia, you've always been arrogant in front of me. If you have the guts, do you dare to play with my holy weapon? Dijia sneered, If I really go in, I'll be sick. Since these minions are all useless, let's use them for the last time. He waved his hands, and demonic shadows flashed in front of him. Under his control, the minions who had turned into demons suddenly had their auras rise again, and their bodies expanded without limit. They were about to self-destruct. Swish! Boom! One of the minions' body expanded to its limit and suddenly dashed down, crashing into the power of the divine realm tablet. Turned into devil chi and disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Yunxiao's face flickered as he said in horror, How can he be so strong? That was just a lackey at the peak of the martial emperor realm, but his self-explosion had caused his divine realm tablet to tremble slightly. If the remaining demons had such power, his divine realm tablet would not be able to withstand it. Dijia suddenly laughed and said, It's not just their bodies or their meridians that exploded because of them, it's also their souls. His face became somewhat sinister as he said coldly, Once you've joined the devil, even your soul will be under my control. Yunxiao's face flickered when he suddenly saw dozens of fiend shadows rushing at him. He immediately exerted the power of his world to the extreme, and at the same time, 3 sword beams flew out of his body again, forming a 5-sword pattern with the 2 swords he had just wielded. They spread out around him and formed an ultimate defensive array. Boom! 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 The demons burst into laughter as they charged at Yunxiao and self-destructed, each blow sending Yunxiao's blood and qi into turmoil and causing blood to flow out of his 7 orifices. The smile on Dijia's face gradually faded. He looked up at the sky. At this moment, the thunder had already gathered and was getting stronger and stronger. The power of heaven had not been released, but just the pressure of the aura was enough to make people feel irritable and uneasy. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderbolt finally struck. The power of the heavenly tribulation of the two profound level weapons condensed together. It was boundless and fell down. Suddenly, a green light barrier appeared above everyone. It was the array disk's boundary which blocked the thunderbolt, but it was completely broken in just a short moment, and the thunderbolt finally fell toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao turned to Mo Xiaochuan and the other man and shouted, "Enter!" A ray of light flashed on the Divine Realm tablet and absorbed the two of them. Then he kept forming seals with his hands, and rays of green light spread out from his hands and spread around him. It was the lightning attracting technique. He wanted to expand the lightning infinitely. Dijia looked at it with a serious face. He was also afraid of the holy weapon and did not dare to try it himself. Finally, Yunxiao's energy consumption reached its limit. The Divine Realm tablet's world power disappeared, and the entire tablet was retracted back into his body. The defensive power of the five-sword picture was also shattered at this moment. With a loud cry, Yunxiao turned his body into a thunderbolt with the last of his strength and welcomed the thunder tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The huge green lightning fell and devoured all the demons. Even Jiang Huishu and Yuqi Jin were struggling under the lightning and screamed. The rest of the minions were directly turned into ashes. While Yunxiao's elemental body was undergoing the baptism of the thunder tribulation, the power of the imperishable golden body was crazily absorbing the thunder and transforming it into energy for his body to absorb. Moreover, his elemental power was fused with the thunder of the heavenly tribulation, and he was constantly being refined like the two profound level weapons. A wizardry barrier appeared around Dijia's body, blocking the thunder. He looked at everything coldly. Huayin, who was behind him, was also shocked. The tribulation thunder gradually disappeared, and Yunxiao's body slowly reappeared, still flickering with lightning. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Dijia. Dijia's face was as gloomy as water, and he said coldly, "I'll let you off this time." 3 wisps of black demonic chi suddenly gushed out of his body and turned into 3 huge demons. They bit at Jiang Huishu, Yuqi Jin, and the martial sovereign in charge. The 3 of them didn't resist at all and were completely swallowed by the 3 demons. Then they returned to Dijia's body. After that, he gave Yunxiao a cold look, then turned into a stream of black smoke and left with the sound of fire. Yunxiao suddenly opened his mouth and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. After swallowing a few medicinal pills, he sat down and meditated. Soon, a large number of cultivators rushed in this direction. The power of the lightning was too shocking, and many people recognized that it was a profound level weapon lightning tribulation. One by one, greed surged. The thunder tribulation attack not only broke the defense of Division 7, but also broke the 9 in Haoyuan fiend formation of the Blood God Palace. The people of the Divine Palace were all horrified and rushed toward the thunder tribulation. In the base camp of the core area, Su Chu was returning from the 13th Southwest area. When she saw the lightning tribulation falling from the distance, her face changed and she said in horror, "Lightning tribulation? This is the lightning tribulation of a 9th tier profound artifact." The person beside him looked at the lightning in a daze and said in shock, "9th tier profound weapon tribulation lightning? Ha! Ha ha! My lord, you must be joking. Could it be that a 9th tier alchemist is refining profound level weapons there?" Suyu looked at him coldly and said, "I don't have the time to joke with you. The seal is about to be broken, and the burial land seems to be not as simple as it seems. Immediately send the experts from UNC to follow me, and send a group of people to the 13th district in the southwest to protect it." After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and left in the direction of the lightning tribulation. As the secretary of the Origin Department of the Holy Realm, in charge of the secrets of arrays, and a 9th tier great alchemist himself, he could not have been mistaken about the thunderbolt. If there was a 9th tier alchemist in the burial land, it would not be simple. Xiao looked at the dozens of beams of light in the sky and muttered to himself, I wonder if that Suyu has been alerted. He gradually turned his body into lightning and slowly hid in a large tree. The lightning was formed by the Yi with Qi, so it didn't feel out of place when it was integrated into the big tree. The seal of the earth vein had locked everyone's divine sense, so no matter how strong the master was, he would never be discovered. It's actually empty? He's walking so fast. Everyone, look at the level of destruction here. The power of the tribulation lightning is so strong that it's definitely at the 9th tier. It's amazing that a 9th tier alchemist is refining artifacts here. It's a pity that I'm one step too late. 9th tier alchemists are godlike existences no matter where they are. Why would they come to this damn place to refine artifacts? I missed it. If I catch him, I'll make 9th tier profound armaments for me every day. In an instant, dozens of people swarmed in. Each of them had a different expression on their faces. Some were amazed, some were remorseful, some were suspicious, and some were guessing. The scion of the blood god stood in the air and looked down coldly. More than 10 experts of the blood god palace immediately gathered around him. They stood quietly under his might. Master, was that really a 9th rank lightning tribulation? Could it be that a 9th tier profound armament has been born? A disciple stepped forward and asked suspiciously. It was Xianxia. He was the disciple doted on by the blood god, so he had this backing. The scion's face darkened as he said, I've never seen a 9th tier profound artifact lightning tribulation before, so it's hard to judge whether it's true or not. But, he said seriously, I keep feeling that my heavenly master's giant chi is nearby, but I can't pinpoint the exact location. Master, isn't that heavenly master's giant dipper ruler the profound level weapon that you're cultivating with? Xianxia asked in surprise. How did it get lost? The blood god's face twitched, and he revealed a fierce look. Normally, this kind of expression meant that he was going to kill someone. Xianxia was also shocked and quickly took a few steps back. When the scion of the blood god saw that it was his beloved disciple, he gradually retracted his fierce expression. However, he was still extremely gloomy as he said, in order to make it easier to control after refining the blood fiends, I've also integrated my heavenly master's giant nightmare ruler into it. Ah, if that's the case, then shouldn't the blood fiend be nearby? Xianxia asked, stunned. The blood god's eyes swept across the area below him with a fierce light. That's right, the heavenly master's giant chi ruler is connected to my breath. But why can't it determine the specific location? He looked at the big tree Xiao had sunk into in confusion, and then he looked away, revealing an irritated and puzzled look. You guys, quickly look. It's a 9th tier profound armament. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from the crowd below, and everyone's eyes immediately followed the sound. A cultivator's hand flashed as if he was hiding something, and in an instant, he transformed into a golden light and tried to escape. You motherfucker, you picked up the profound armament and still want to run? Stop him! One of them shouted angrily. Suddenly, thousands of beams of light shot up into the sky and instantly drowned that martial artist like a rain of bullets. That martial artist was also a powerful existence at the peak of the martial venerable realm. He had condensed a defensive power around him, but it was only a short moment before it was directly broken. Before he could explain himself, he had been completely blown into a pulp. His storage profound level weapons were also destroyed, and a large number of vitality stones, elixirs, and profound level weapons fell down. Among all the items, a folding fan, which was emitting a powerful weapon essence, attracted everyone's attention. It just floated in the air quietly, and the whole area became quiet at once. It was indeed a 9th tier profound level weapon without a doubt. No one dared to move, because no matter who rushed up to grab the profound level weapon, they were afraid that they would instantly follow in the footsteps of the previous peak martial honor and become a pile of meat. It's Jiang Huishu's Wuji fan. The scion of the blood god was shocked. He recognized the fan at a glance. The profound level weapon that was spiritually connected to it had become ownerless, so Jiang Huishu was naturally dead. The blood god palace will be taking this. The scion of the blood god shouted and stomped down in front of everyone. He put away his folding fan and looked at the group of unwilling cultivators, coldly saying, "Any treasures that come out of the burial land must be sold to the blood god palace first. I'm sure you haven't forgotten this law, have you?" The crowd fell silent. They did not dare to resist the blood god palace's overlord position in the boneyard. Even if there were a few martial emperor powerhouses among them, they did not dare to make a sound. Otherwise, they would be killed instantly. The scion of the blood god held the Wuji fan in his hand, a complicated look in his eyes. Jiang Huishu's death should be a relief to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility if the Red Moon City pursued the matter. However, Jiang Huishu was extremely powerful and had a 9th-tier mystic weapon. He also had the mysterious Dijia and 2 other 4-star martial sovereigns. Who could have killed them? "Master, this place seems to be the 7th forbidden area?" Chao Yaxing suddenly asked. "What?" The people of Red Moon City trembled. The blood god suddenly rose into the air and looked around. He said in shock, "It's a forbidden area indeed. What about the experts who were originally stationed here?" Just as he was in shock, a ray of light flew over from the horizon and arrived in front of him in an instant. It was Su Chu and the 2 guards. The scion was shocked. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "It's actually Lord Su Chu." Su Yu's eyes fell directly on his hand, and her expression changed. "He stole the Wuji fan?" Blood god's body trembled and he felt extremely depressed. He cursed himself for being too slow to react. He should have hidden the fan away. Now, there was definitely no share for him. This was a 9th-level profound armament. Even he felt that it was a pity. However, he could still distinguish the severity of the matter. He hurriedly presented the fan with both hands and said, "Lord Suyu is the Wuji fan that Lord Jiang Huishu seized. When I saw the thunder tribulation descending here, I rushed over to take a look, but I didn't expect to see this fan. From the aura fluctuations on it, Lord Jiang Huishu should have already died." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone already knew the result. Su Yu's eyes were filled with unconcealed shock, and her hand that was holding the fan trembled slightly. She said angrily, "Who did this?" "I don't know," the scion said, lowering his head. "I'll need some time to investigate, but I wonder if it has something to do with the lightning tribulation." Su Yu's face was cold, as if she could not accept the reality in front of her. After a long while, she said, "The previous lightning tribulation was indeed the tribulation of a 9th-tier profound armament. There is no doubt about this. It's just that in Luo he looked down, and the solemnness in his eyes became more and more cautious. After the cultivators below had lost the qualification to seize the fan, many of them began to snatch the medicinal pills and profound-level weapons left behind by the dead revered martial artist. There were also many good treasures, and they were very happy to seize them. There were also many people who looked at Su Chu in shock, trying to guess his identity. An expert that even the blood god palace's master had to grovel and fawn over must be in existence whose name shook the continent. But what? The blood god could not help but ask after seeing Su Yu's hesitation. He was also very curious about what had happened and wanted to hear Su Yu's opinion. "It's only a 9th-grade lightning tribulation. It shouldn't have caused such great damage," Su Yu said. Similarly, it was impossible to kill Jiang Huishu if it was only a 9th-grade lightning tribulation. What's going on? No one could answer his question. Looking at the surging crowd below, and many who were still on their way, Su Yu's face showed annoyance. "Blood God, immediately seal this place. No one is allowed to enter or leave within 1,000 miles. Take away all the people below and release them after we investigate the matter." The scion was stunned for a moment, then said, "I will obey the orders." With a wave of his hand, he passed down the order. Many experts of the Blood God Palace began to work together to set up a barrier. Some of them began to drive away the people below and imprison them. This time, the pot exploded with dissatisfaction and protests. However, after everyone knew Su Yu's identity, they all shut their mouths and no longer dared to resist. Instead, they cooperated with the Blood God Palace. Soon, everyone was taken away, leaving only empty traces of the fight. Suyu looked down and suddenly said, "Scion of the Blood God, you should leave as well. The experts from UNC will be here soon. Tell them to wait for me outside the barrier. I'm going to investigate this place." "Master Suyu," the Scion said hesitantly, "I'm worried that you'll be here alone. How about I stay with you?" "There's no need," Suyu said. "The people who were fighting here have already left. I'm going to use a secret technique to investigate. It's not convenient for me to be disturbed or watched." The Scion of the Blood God then said, "In that case, my lord, please be careful. If there's any situation, please send a message immediately. I'll definitely be the first to arrive." After expressing his loyalty, he turned into a blood-red light and left. After he disappeared, Suyu looked down and her face turned cold. "The person who sent me a voice transmission just now? Can you come out now?" He stood in the air coldly and walked down step by step. The aura on his body continued to surge, forming a complex barrier. His figure seemed to be swaying under the light. In the face of unknown danger, even if he was the leader of the Sanctuary Division, he had to be careful. "Suyu is indeed bold." A compliment was heard, and then a green figure slowly walked out of a big tree not far away. It took the shape of Yunxiao and looked at Su Wan with a smile. Suyu's eyes narrowed and she said coldly, "Lightning, who are you?" The green light on Yunxiao's body gradually disappeared, revealing his true form. His face was extremely pale, but his calm smile did not change. When half an acre of square pond is opened, the light of the sky and the shadows of the clouds wander together. The Wuxia must be so clear to have a source of water. Suyu's body trembled. Yunxiao's poem had directly broken the mystery of his array, and it had thrown him into a state of confusion. His eyes turned cold as he tried to see through the person in front of him. But no matter what, the result shocked him. No matter how hard he tried, the other party's eyes were still as calm as an ancient well. There was only a sense of indifference to the common people, as if he was detached from the world. "Are you an alchemist too?" Suyu felt the strong spiritual power fluctuation from his body and frowned. "Why do I not have any impression of you?" He could tell Yunxiao's true age, so he asked suspiciously, "Are you the descendant of an old friend?" "It doesn't matter who I am," Yunxiao said with a smile. "It doesn't matter. What's important is what I'm going to tell you next. It might affect the entire continent." "I don't even know who you are," Suyu said coldly. "How do I know if what you're going to say is true or false?" Yunxiao smiled as his eyes fell on the man's hand. "You can decide whether it's true or not. The owner of the fan in your hand has already met with the tribulation." Suyu's grip on the Wuji fan tightened, and she said in a deep voice, "All right, I'll be patient and listen to you talk about that important matter. If you can't satisfy me, then don't blame me for bullying you." Yunxiao nodded and said, "How many of the 7 seals of the Dragonized Pool have been broken?" Suyu's body trembled, and her aura suddenly rose. Her spiritual power spread out as if it were corporeal, locking Yunxiao's surroundings. "How did you know about the Dragonized Pool and the 7 Great Seals?" "What a careful chief of the Origin Department," Yunxiao praised. "This spiritual space seal can not only prevent me from escaping, but also cut off all possibilities of eavesdropping from the outside world. You seem to be wary of me, but in reality, you've already begun to believe what I'm about to say." Suyu suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. She had been on the passive side all this time in a verbal confrontation with this young man. Even in this situation where the strong and the weak were immediately determined and she had the upper hand, the other party could still maintain such keen observation skills and meticulous thoughts. Was this something that a young man could do? Countless doubts arose in his heart, but he sneered contemptuously and snorted, "We'll have to see what you're saying." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and he was not afraid of the cold light of the 9th-tier alchemist. He stared straight into the man's eyes and said, "The ancient demon is sealed under the Dragonized Pool. If it is released, it will be a great catastrophe that will sweep across the entire continent." Su Wan was taken aback by Yunxiao's stare, and her heart was thrown into turmoil. She was a 9th-tier great alchemist, but she was being stared at by him under the gaze of the spiritual altar? After a brief moment of surprise, he suddenly laughed and said in disdain, "Ha-ha! Childish! Who told you that the demon was under the dragon transformation pool? Do you think I'm not as clear about the situation here as you?" Xianxia was not angry at his ridicule, but chuckled and said, "Maybe, but the owner of the fan in your hand has already been killed by the demon.